Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Yes, welcome. So, patches today. When is the patch? Probably around 1 to 2 EST. That's usually the time that this stuff usually goes live. To be full disclosure, I would rather be playing Baldur's Gate 3 right now. It's not that I dislike Diablo 4. Don't get me wrong. I don't dislike the game. But, you know, if you're watching a TV show, you don't want to stop watching that TV show and go to another TV show. And I was right in the middle of Baldur's Gate. And you guys might not like Baldur's Gate, but let me tell you some stories from my playthrough that had me dying, okay? I'm going to tell you guys, we're waiting on the patch anyway, so we got nothing better to do. So I'm going to tell you guys some stories from freaking Baldur's Gate, which have me freaking dying laughing, all right? So first story. This one's great. Okay, I'm gonna set up the scene for you. All right, I'm walking along and I have an animal talking spell. So basically, I can cast a spell on myself so I can understand any animal that I come across. There's this blue jay and he's really mad. He's like jumping up and down or whatever, flying up, flapping up and down. And you can tell he's mad. So I go talk to this blue jay. All right, a very, very beautiful looking blue jay, but blue jays are very notoriously nasty, so I was a little bit, weary. So I go talk to this blue jay, and he tells me that he's really mad because some eagles have moved in on the roof of his temple where he had his nest and booted him out, told him that he needed to leave, and they won't let him come back. And he wants me to go talk to these eagles and, get them out of his way. Well, when I say eagles, I don't mean like an eagle or like a bald eagle. No, I'm talking about these birds are so big they could carry me away. Okay, so I go up onto this roof and I go talk to the eagles, and the eagles are jerks. First thing out of their mouth is literally, "What are you doing on our roof? This is our roof. Get off our roof." He goes, "You're not allowed up here." And then I think the mama eagle goes, "Jeffrey, get behind me," or something like that. Like, it's not safe. And they start talking smack, right? They tell me to leave. And I'm like, "Didn't you take this roof from the blue jay?" I was like, "Why did you boot him off? Can he come back?" Right? And they're like, "Are you accusing us of stealing?" Right? I mean, just really like uppity eagles, right? They're like nobility, right? So they fight me. They start attacking me. I'm like, "What did I do? I didn't do anything. I just came up here to talk to you guys." So painstakingly in the game you can knock out creatures instead of killing them, because I didn't want to kill the eagles. I didn't feel that it was fair to kill the eagles for no reason, right? So I painstakingly knocked out every single eagle. Okay? Painstakingly knocked out all the eagles. So I had 6 eagles all on the ground, all knocked out, right? I completed the quest. The blue jay shows up and he's like, "Oh, thank you for clearing my temple roof," or whatever, right? And then all of a sudden I see eagle is dead, eagle has been killed, eagle has been killed, eagle has been killed, eagle has been killed, eagle has been killed. And I look over and the blue jay is just mercilessly slaughtering every single eagle. Going from eagle to eagle, just slitting their throats in their sleep. And I just started dying laughing. I couldn't hold it in. I'm like, what is with this murderous blue jay? The blue jay just came up here and just MDK'd every single eagle that I tried so hard not to kill. He was like, "Nah." He's like, "We ain't having that, fam." He's like, "I'm killing all these eagles. This is my temple roof, okay?" Oh man, and that was just one of the stories, freaking hilarious stories in Baldur's Gate 3 that's happened so far. Second hilarious story. This one is crazy. So there's this character, he's a charlatan. He kind of makes up stories, adds dragons to stories that never had dragons, just makes things more elaborate than what they need to be, right? So in Baldur's Gate 3 you have a parasite in your head. And you're trying to get it out. It's the whole thing you're trying to do. Well, he tries to help you get it out, and he tells you that he has figured out a way to get it out. He knows a way. He did some research. He talked to some people. He got some surgical techniques or whatever, and he can do it. So you lay down on this table, and you let him go through the motions, right? And he pulls out a metal needle like this big. And he's like, "I'm going to stick this in between your eye and your eye socket, and I'm going to jam it around in there where your brain is, and I'm going to latch onto the parasite and yank him out," right? Now, no sane person would ever let somebody jab a needle in between their eye and eye socket and wiggle it around until they found something inside the brain cavity and yank out the critter, right? Nobody would let somebody do that. But as a meme, I was like, let's see how far this goes. Let's see what happens, right? I saved it, and I went through the process of letting this guy jab a freaking metal needle in my eye socket. And it was gruesome, okay? Just absolutely gruesome. He can't get it, right? And he decides that he needs a bigger tool. So he goes and gets an ice pick. All right, I'm not even kidding. It's literally like you're like an ice pick that you would literally have in your kitchen with the wooden handle and everything, with the big giant metal pick thing that you just jab into stuff. And he's like, I got to put this in there now, and he jabs the ice pick right in there, and he starts wiggling it around, and my brain, he's literally hitting my brain, and my character's going like, because he's literally jabbing an ice pick into my head, right? And he says, I got it, and he grabs it, and he does like a little twist, and then he yanks it, right? My eye pops out. He literally pops my eye out of my socket. It's on the ground, and it literally says sinking into the mud, right? And he just goes, your eye's out. And I'm like, what do you mean my eye's out? And he's like, you literally popped my eye out of my socket. And he's like, well, you didn't need it anyway. I'm just dying laughing. I can't believe that they actually let you go this far to the point where literally your eye would get taken out of your socket, right? And then he goes, it's okay, you didn't need it anyway. Here, have this one. He then picks up an eye out of his pocket, and it's like, it looks like a regular eye, but on the backside it has some sort of like arcane, like, I don't even know what to call it, arcane writing or something on the back of the eye, and like a little bit of a like metal protrusions. And he hands it to me, and he says, put this in there, you'll be good as new. It's better than your real eye anyway. I'm not even joking. So I put the eye in my eye socket, which is now empty because he ripped my eye out of my socket, right? And I figured it was just going to be a replacement eye. But no. It lets you see invisible creatures. It has true sight. So the stupidest quest line, where you literally let a guy jab an ice pick into your brain that nobody would do, seriously, literally leads to you having an eye that can now see invisible creatures. Dude, I was rolling laughing, not only at the fact that, number one, I let him do it in the first place, that number two, it actually ended in an upgrade. I was like, did I just get an upgrade? Oh man, I was dying. And that's just two of the freaking hilarious things that have happened to Baldur's Gate so far. There's so many other freaking hilarious stuff that's happened. I can't even keep track of it all. You can romance like any character in that game too. It's too much. In the very beginning of the game, you literally come across a pig, and the pig, or I'm gonna say boar. The boar gives you a quest. He tells you that that his loins are burning and he needs a mate and he can't find one, and he asks me to go out and find him a mate. That's the whole quest. Find the boar a mate. Ooh, heartburn. Probably around 1 to 2. That would be my guess. So we've got about an hour. Yeah, about an hour. I mean, CRPGs are always amazing, but they're limited. CRPGs are usually one-time deals. You play through them one time. Maybe you play through them a second time or a third time, but there is a certain point at which they're just finished and you never go back to them. As amazing as Baldur's Gate 3 is, it's not going to have the infinite replayability that a game like Diablo 2 Resurrected has, for instance. I'll pretty much always come back to Diablo 2 Resurrected. It's just a matter of time. Which, by the way, for those of you who are curious, I'm planning on starting back up my solo self-found Diablo 2 Resurrected streams. So we're gonna start with probably Paladin. I believe I did a vote, and the only 3 that I haven't done so far is Amazon, Assassin, and Paladin. And I think the last time I did a vote, Paladin was winning. So we'll probably do a solo self-found Players 8 Paladin run soon. I'm going to schedule a day for it. That's what we're going to do. I'm just going to schedule a day, and we'll just, every single week, we'll go back into the solo self-found P8 run until we finish it, of course. And then we'll start up a new one. Eventually, we'll start up one, you know, with the Amazon, and I want to get one with the Assassin done. And once we have all the classes done, we might move on to some other kind of Diablo 2 related doojink. I feel like the Diablo 4 stuff is starting to settle. We're past the honeymoon phase. We're getting into more of the, you know, why is the game so horribly broken all the time? Oh, why does every single patch gotta have game-breaking bugs in it? How have my views been with Baldur's Gate? Baldur's Gate is pretty low. It's about what I would expect for a non-Diablo game. They're actually pretty good, honestly. For a non-Diablo game on my Diablo channel, it's actually doing surprisingly well. But surprisingly well for a non-Diablo game is subpar for a Diablo game. So if I were to compare it to Diablo 4 or Diablo 2 streams, Baldur's Gate definitely has less. But if I were to compare it to another non-Diablo game, it's actually doing quite well. You didn't know Amazon was a class in D2? Of course Amazon is a class in D2. How do I feel about the Fist of Fate unique? I feel like it needs to be balanced better. I understand what they were trying to go for with the Fist of Fate unique, but it would be nice if they balanced it out a little bit better. I think one of the problems with the way that they have the uniques in this game is that they made the problem. How do I put this? They made the issue with the uniques. And what is the issue? I should have a Fist of Fate this season. I think I have a Fist of Fate anyway. There it is. So, what is the problem I'm talking about? Well, Critical Strike is pretty much only primarily on gloves, rings, and if you're lucky, an offhand. Not on the Barbarian, though. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4 possible slots for Critical Strike. Chance. They set this up, right? They set this up this way. So, in doing so, they made it so that any pair of gloves that does not contain Critical Strike chance is automatically worse than any other pair of gloves that does, right? So if I customize my pair of gloves to what I want, then I'm going to obviously look for that 12% crit. 12% crit is a lot of crit to be missing off of a pair of gloves. Core skills. So core skills is another thing that is on gloves. So whenever you have a pair of gloves, you generally go for core skills. Not having core skills on the Fists of Fate, not having core skills on Frostburns, is a detriment to the unique item. Because there are things that we look for specifically because they only exist in those specific sockets that, if we do not have them, make them subpar, right? So, same thing with boots. You know, like, for instance, movement speed is one of the things that everybody looks for on boots. Evade charges is one of the things that everybody looks for on boots. So, if you don't have evade charges, if you don't have movement speed, then the boots are automatically pretty much garbage because those two things are imperative, right? So if you have a pair of boots, like, for instance, 100,000 steps, which I think I have 100,000 steps hiding around here somewhere. Of course, they changed this in the patch, by the way. So 100,000 steps does have movement speed now, I think, with the 1.11 patch. But it looks like I don't have them at the moment. But that's kind of the whole thing. See, Penitent Greaves have been doing pretty well because Penitent Greaves have movement speed on them. Right? So they already start out with one of the good stats. They do have evade grants 50% movement speed for 1 second, though, which is not the preferred passive, right? You take a look at things like Frosties. Frosties have crit on them, so they do have crit chance, which means that Frosties are in the right position with the right stat. They're missing the core skill, obviously, but they still have at least one of the desired traits. Goer's Devastating Grips, it doesn't have the crit, right? So there's no crit on there. This is pretty big. It does have the core skill, though, which is nice. It has the core skill, but not the crit. A lot of the unique items are like this, and I don't think it's necessarily that the unique items have to have those stats, but more so that because they restricted those stats to specific items in the way that they did, they created the problem themselves. So by making it so that Critical Strike could only appear on rings and gloves, they created the issue where if the ring or the glove does not have Critical Strike chance, you are now missing out on Critical Strike chance. It's not like in Diablo 2, for instance. Let's use Diablo 2 as an example. In Diablo 2, if I needed faster hit recovery, right, and say I took off my shield that had faster hit recovery on it to put a unique item on that maybe did not have faster hit recovery, in Diablo 2, I could recoup that faster hit recovery loss by going with another item, right? So I could put on boots that had faster recovery, or I could put on, a weapon that had faster recovery. I could put on a helmet that has faster recovery. There are tons of different options, that you can use to make up for the loss of it on one item, right? But the way that they have it set up in this game is that because you lose the 12% critical strike chance on the gloves, that's it. It's gone. You're just not going to get it back. So it's just a hard 12% crit strike chance sacrifice for whatever you're putting in that slot. And that thing that you're putting in the slot has to be better than what you're giving up. I think the main issue that they have here is that they don't really have caps on things. They don't really have diminishing returns on things. Let me give an example. So in Diablo 2 Resurrected, if I had faster hit recovery on every single piece of equipment that I have, right, there's a breakpoint system. The breakpoint system comes into play and diminishes the effectiveness of stacking a single stat infinitely, right? So if I pull up breakpoints, let me pull up the breakpoints for Diablo 2 Resurrected real quick. All right, so let's just pull up the breakpoints, and we're going to talk about these for just a second. All right, so here's faster hit recover, or faster cast rate. All right, so this is the faster cast rate breakpoints for Druid in human form right here, right? Okay, so if I have 0%, I'm at 18 frames. If I have 4%, I'm at 17 frames, right? So if I stack faster hit recovery, I'm going to rise up really quickly, right? But at a certain point, when I hit around 12 frames, notice that it takes a lot more to hit the next frame than it does to go from frame 18 to 17. It's only 4% to go from frame 18 to 17, right? But then it's 68 to 99, and then eventually, to get to the next frame, it's 99 to 163. So you need a huge bump in faster cast rate to reach any kind of significant increase, right? Well, if they did the same thing in this game, instead of going with the slot-based thing, it wouldn't matter how much crit strike chance we had. It wouldn't matter if we had crit strike chance on our helmet, on our armor, on our gloves, on our pants, on our boots, on our weapon, on our other weapon, on our other weapon, on our other weapon, on our ring, on our other ring, and on our amulet. It wouldn't matter if we had crit chance on every single item, because there would be a soft cap and a hard cap. Right? The same way that faster cast rate works, the same way that faster hit recovery works, right? So if you set it up properly, you wouldn't have to do this stupid stuff where you have a large amount of crit strike chance on one item and then on nothing else, and then if you don't put that particular item on with the crit strike chance, now there's an issue. I think individualizing the stats to each piece of equipment was a bad idea, because all it's basically done is it's made it so that you really don't have much choice in what you have on each piece of equipment. I mean, I could go over it right now. Boots and amulet, movement speed. They have to be movement speed. no matter what. Pants and armor. Pants and armor have to be defensive, no matter what. If you don't choose defensive stats on your pants and armor, you are asking for death, basically. So if you sacrifice your armor for a unique item that doesn't have any defensive stats, or you sacrifice your pants for a unique item that doesn't have any defensive stats, you're screwed. Helmet is mainly utility, cooldown reduction, basic skill attack speed, usually a non-main ability skill. Maximum Fury, which Maximum Fury, by the way, is helmet and rings. Gloves, offensive, very offensive. Probably one of the most offensive pieces of equipment that the entire character has. Core skill, crit strike chance, attack speed, pretty much everything that your character wants in terms of dishing out more damage. You sacrifice this slot, you're screwed. Like this is one of the main slots that gives you everything that you need to make your character dish out more damage. And if you sacrifice this slot for something that's not giving you more damage, you're really gimping your character. You're losing +4 skills to a core skill. You're losing 12% critical strike chance. You lose up to 15% increased attack speed. You lose a huge amount of cooldown reduction if you want to go that route. Lucky hit chance. There's tons of ways that you can utilize the glove slot to be your just amazing ridiculousness. But sacrificing it for something like Frosties or Fists of Fate, if they're not specifically helping you on your build, they're just going to make your build objectively worse. Now, Frosties does have the critical strike chance, right? So it does have at least one of those stats that you're looking for. And the freeze effect can be very effective to make your character stronger. But you're also giving up a legendary affix as well. So that's another thing. And the legendary affixes are all restricted to slots as well, which makes things rather difficult. So in the case of unique items, and specifically what we were talking about earlier with like Fists of Fate and Frostburns, is putting a unique item on is also sacrificing the legendary affix as well that you could put in that slot. So when you think about a two-handed weapon like Fields of Crimson, putting this on means I'm giving up like a 80% Skullbreakers or 60% rapid affix, or something else that's going to give me a large amount of damage because I'm consuming now my two-handed aspect slot for a unique item. True arm. Diablo 4 hasn't just had a bad start. It's Diablo 4 is basically an early access game at this point. I would go so far as to say that Diablo 4 is basically early access without the affix. So when you go to Steam and you see a title that says early access, support the game, we're still developing, we're going to work hard to patch the game and get everything right, and it might take us 6 months or a year or maybe even 2 years to get the game completely finished, but we're going to do our best, and you guys buying the game early is great, and we appreciate it, except we never got the notification that this was an early access game. I mean, I got evidence. Like, I could talk about this for days. You want me to... you guys want to talk about how early access this game is? Let's talk about the fact that the Season 1 mechanics, okay? That we have confirmation that Season 1 was finished months in advance. They told us that before the game launched, okay? Listen to this. Before the game launched, they told us they had Season 1 finished, right? Before the game launched. And when the game launched, or when Season 1 finally launched, and they had plenty of time to vet the patch, they had plenty of time to go over things, they had plenty of time to quality control, test, go through betas and stuff like that. They have plenty of time, right? They released the Season 1 patch, and what do we end up with? Just tons of game-breaking bugs. Just tons of them. I could literally name them on my fingers right now. People were making infinite gold with the Season 1 gold mechanic. The gold mechanic was increasing the cost of enchanting items, despite the fact that it was not supposed to cost anyone more gold. It was supposed to reduce the cost of gold, right? The cost of it's supposed to reduce the cost. It's supposed to make things sell for more and get you more gold. So people were making infinite gold, and they were also costing you more gold for enchanting items. On top of this, seasonal characters and Eternal Realm characters were able to trade items with each other. Eternal Realm characters were making it into the seasonal and bringing items back to the Eternal Realm that shouldn't even exist in the Eternal Realm, which has got to be the silliest thing I've ever heard. The Barber gem was horribly bugged and was literally absorbing damage from everybody that it could possibly absorb damage from, to the point where literally you were doing like 100 and 300 million damages, which it never was supposed to absorb damage from everybody, and they're patching it out today so that it no longer absorbs damage from everyone, only the player who's actually utilizing it. The exploit where you can literally use the same Nightmare Sigil over and over and over again without having to consume it is still in the game, despite the fact that it never should have made it to Season 1 launch. I mean, I could go on and on for like hours talking about all these stupid bugs. Well, the inventory problem. The inventory problem with the code being copied from D3 is probably one of the craziest things I've ever heard. You're talking about a game that's made multiple millions of dollars. I think, what is it, $666 million so far in sales? Or that was just in the first week. And they copied code from Diablo 3 that never should have made it into the game. Every time you see one, it has to load everything in everybody's stash. Those of you who are watching, did you guys know this? That anytime you see a player, even if you're just at the world boss, by the way, it has to load every single item in that player's inventory, every single item that's equipped to the player, every single item that is in your stash, all tabs, including items that are account bound. And to make matters even worse, when you see the player, it also has to load every single item that is on the floor. So every single item that player has ever dropped is immediately loaded into the memory as soon as you see the player. It's so ridiculously stupid. It is so ridiculously stupid that it causes huge lag issues within the game. So that the more people that are on the screen, the more the server has to constantly send data to you that you should never even have access to in the first place. A lot of this stuff doesn't even make any sense. Why does someone else need to know what's in my stash? Why does another player need to see what is inside my stash? I don't even understand why that's even a thing. It's all so silly. That's what it is. It's all so silly. And the bugs just keep on coming. I am so worried about this patch because I know with 100% certainty that this patch is just going to bring some other game-breaking bug. I can almost guarantee you guys that this patch is just going to bring another game-breaking bug that is going to be exploited, and you're going to see some guy going around hitting for like 10 billion damage, and it's going to pop up on somebody's YouTube channel or Twitter feed or whatever, and we're just going to shake our heads like this, and we're just going to be like, yep, Ginger was right, another game-breaking bug. Let's hop into Discord and let's see what's popping in here. Poppin', hoppin', poppin', hoppin'. I don't know if anybody's online right now. I think the crowd of Diablo 4 players in the kinship has definitely died down from the previous couple weeks. I've never seen a season die down as quickly as this one did. I mean, they poured hot water on everybody, and then we got scolded. The patch is not live yet. We're still waiting. I can't check for updates while I'm online, but I would assume that we're going to get a notification when the patch goes live. We have about 43 minutes to go before the first window opens, which is basically 1 p.m. EST. So 1 p.m. EST is when the patch is most likely going to hop on live. So we're going to have some fun. We're going to take a look at it. They may also post completed or patched patch notes. Yeah, patched patch notes. Because the patch notes that we saw may have been modified since. People may have complained. They may have decided that some of it needed to change a little bit, and we may be looking at slightly altered patch notes. These are the patch notes that we've gotten so far, by the way.
Are we expecting anything new?
Monster density. Well, they always make some changes toward the end. Always. We'll see once the patch actually goes live, but it will mostly hold true to what we've seen here, but anything that the community has complained about might be changed.
Hello.
We'll find out eventually here.
That's super quiet trying to play Diablo 4 lately.
Oh, I think pretty much everybody took a break and went and played Baldur's Gate 3.
Could you do me a favor and walk north of the waypoint in the serving set? I want to see if your textures are missing just as minor.
Oh, your textures are missing? I mean, bosses have notoriously been ridiculously easy. I can't really say that the boss's HP going up is a bad thing, Kenneth. If you're having a hard time with the bosses, the only thing I can say is that you must not have your character min-maxed right. Because just about every single character I've played, and I've played quite a large number of characters at this point. As you can see, I've got a 100 Necromancer, a 75 Druid here, an 88 Barbarian. I've got a 79 Frostbite Assassin. Rogue. I got my little 70 Tesla Coil Charge Bolt. I even have my 100 Seasonal character, which is my new Druid. And then I've got my Bleed Barbarian. Yeah. And to be honest with you, as long as you set up your character correctly, the bosses are a cakewalk. Like they've almost always been a cakewalk, to the point where literally at the beginning of the game when we first started, they were so easy that people were just walking through them like they were tissue paper. So I welcome them increasing the boss's difficulty, because they've just been way too easy. I'm not exactly sure health is the right way to go, but they are dying ridiculously fast. But it's not just them dying ridiculously fast, they're also relatively no threat whatsoever. I can't, with the exception of the capstone boss, and with the exception of me going into ridiculously high-level dungeons when I'm very undergeared and very low level, I don't think I've died to a single boss when I was properly geared and around the correct level, ever. Nor have I ever felt in danger, or that my life was ever, in question. The bosses are just way too easy.
The only thing that ever killed me in my whole hardcore seasonal play was disconnect.
I mean, if you disconnect on a boss, I'm sure he'd kill you then.
Yeah. It was the only, I mean, it's just not difficult, in my opinion.
There's a new glitch that allows players to access other players' stashes. I was able to loot his items while in my stash.
That is the funniest thing I've ever heard. This game is so amazing.
Wasn't I literally just, it doesn't matter. If somebody has access to your stash, then they're technically on your account.
That's crazy.
I'm telling you, this game is so full of bugs. If I compiled all the bugs into a list, it would roll out of my hand and onto the floor and down the stairs like a Santa Claus naughty and nice list.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry, it's a AAA game.
Well, it was funny when people were review bombing it and calling it Diablo 4.5, but now it's like even lower than that.
I mean, people got upset with the 1.10 patch, and I can understand why they got upset. I think, and then don't crucify me, guys, but I think the 1.10 patch was the correct move, and it was a good move overall because the game was too easy. And on top of this, they had things tuned too weirdly. Everybody was just way too strong. It was getting to the point where, you know, characters were very easily killing the world boss in like 10 seconds. This is something that's supposed to be a challenge. Now, obviously, they could make the world boss more difficult, but the problem with constantly increasing the difficulty of the monsters in response to the power level of the players is that eventually you run into a Diablo 3 scenario, which is where you keep making new difficulties to accommodate the power level of the players. And we can all see what happened with Diablo 3, which is basically where we kept getting new torments. Torment 1, Torment 2, Torment 3, Torment 4, Torment 5, Torment 6, Torment 7, Torment 8, Torment 9, Torment 10, Torment 11, Torment 12, Torment 13, Torment 14, Torment 15, Torment 16. And that was always in response to the player's power level increasing. We don't want that. So the only alternative is to reduce the power level of the players to accommodate the correct power level that they should be at. But the way that they went about it was just wrong. I mean, they should have done a public test realm. They should have done a patch, you know, like a patch notes in advance. They should have let us know what's going on. We should have had time to test things out and give feedback. But instead, they just dropped it on us like a woman coming in and telling you she's pregnant with absolutely no warning whatsoever in the middle of, you know, like your whole family. And you just like, you know, whether it's good or bad or whatever, or you hate the woman or you love the woman or whatever, you know, it's a big bombshell that just gets dropped right on your head and you got to react, right? And it was a terrible way to do it. Terrible. I'm also worried that they don't even understand how their game works.
I'm in agreement with you there, boss.
Because let's take the shred build. Do you remember that shred build that was hitting for like 2 billion damage? The one that like got posted on social media and everybody's like, "Wow!" They supposedly nerfed it, right? In the patches and the patch notes, they had all these little things about shred, and they had adjusted things and played with the multipliers and whatnot, right? And supposedly fixed it. Guy's still hitting for like 1 billion damage. How do they go through the process of nerfing something and then not even nerf it? And they've done this multiple times. It's like they don't even understand how to play their own game. They keep seeing these giant numbers, right? And then they go through the process of trying to fix it. And then we're like, well, it's still broken. Well, it's still broken. And then they try and fix it again, and then it's still broken. And then they try and fix it again, and it's still broken. And they've done. they've done this multiple times with the aspect of the berserk ripping, the aspect of the anemia, like all the bleed stuff, and that guy was hitting for like quintillion damage. Like they supposedly nerfed that stuff like multiple times, and the guy was still hitting for quintillion damage, and then they nerfed it again, and supposedly it still hits really hard. I mean, it doesn't hit for quintillions, but they didn't exactly fix it.
Fear not, this patch will save the game, surely.
I really don't know. I'm going to go check for updates real quick. I think my biggest thing with Diablo 4 so far that's really kind of bugged me the most is that, you know, who's the guy who said, let me actually look it up real quick, you know, so I can get the quote absolutely 100%. I'm gonna get the quote. I'm gonna get the quote right.
I was talking about it with some people earlier in the chat below us. For me, it's just like they tried to like pull all of these like cool factors from other games to draw people into this game. And then the end game is just so lacking that I don't even want to log in.
So the quote is, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." George Santavama, The Life of Reason, 1905. And this game is so much so that quote in a nutshell. There are so many lessons that Diablo 2 learned, that Diablo 3 learned, that many games before this one have learned. You know, how many times do you have to stub your toe on the chair before you learn to move the chair out of the way? How many times are you going to hit your head on the ceiling before you learn to duck? I mean, I can give you examples. So they made this big deal in the patch notes, by the way. This really big deal in the patch notes during the 1.10 patch, where they talked about players standing at the entrance to the dungeon, right? Where was they talked about this? They talked about players just standing there, right? And this is the really weird thing about this note, because Diablo 2 had already fixed this a long time ago. Diablo 2 fixed the whole standing at the entrance to dungeons like a million years ago. It was an issue that originally occurred in Diablo 2 so long ago that it had eventually gotten to the point where people were just abusing it so much that they had to fix it. So they had to. And here it is right here. Developers note, we have observed that the experience bonus rewarded for killing higher level monsters escalates too quickly. Blah, blah, blah. We still want to reward players for taking this challenge and encourage them to participate in power leveling together instead of one player killing all the enemies while another member of their party waits at the dungeon entrance, right? They literally know that this is an issue, but Diablo 2 fixed this so long ago. It was an issue that they realized that you couldn't just have it so that anybody within a zone would get EXP from any monster that's killed. You have to make sure they're actually participating, right? So in Diablo 2, they started making proximity EXP, which is where you only get EXP if you're standing within proximity of the other player, and they started to fine-tune the distance to make sure that they understood just how far away was close enough, but not too far, right? So that a player had to actively maintain some sort of participation in the battle to get the EXP. Well, in Diablo 2, they had eventually settled upon 3 screens. That was the distance. It's basically 3 screens. So the screen in the center, 1 screen on each side, 1 screen at the top, 1 screen at the bottom. It's basically 3 screens of distance, right? And they found out eventually that this was the perfect level, not too far away, not too close, so that the people who were trying to mooch had to actually stay with the group and probably end up dying a lot, right? Because they're in the battle, they're constantly in danger at that point, and they have to keep moving. They can't just stand there AFK. But this is a lesson that was learned ages ago. And this is just one of the many examples of learn from the lessons of the past. Like, why is this even a thing? And also, why haven't they patched it out? Why haven't they patched this out already? Where's the Horadric Cube at? I mean, the Horadric. There are 2 things that are the most iconic from the Diablo series. 2 of the most iconic features that have ever existed in the Diablo series, and they're both missing. Deckard Cain and the Horadric Cube. They're both missing.
Well, they wanted to give players a different, new experience. So you don't get a cube.
I want a cube.
No cube for you.
I want a cube.
I want a cube too, but we don't get a goddamn cube.
Stash space.
Yeah, I was gonna say inventory is next on your list, right?
So, how does Diablo 2 have better stash space than Diablo 4? Like, that blows me away.
That's crazy, dog.
How does a game that's 23 years old have better stash space than Diablo 4? Even if we take Diablo 2 Classic, I'm not talking about non-expansion, but if we take Diablo 2 Classic LOD and we compare it to Diablo 4, Diablo 2 Classic still has better stash space than Diablo 4 at this particular point. Diablo 4 has a whole 4 stash tabs. They are shared, which is nice. But in Diablo 2, I could make an infinite number of characters, and every single character had their own stash. I could also do that online, too, to a more limited degree. I believe the maximum number of characters in LOD was, 10? But I could have 10 stash tabs, as opposed to 4. Hey, don't load my soul, Darian, because you're going to find out 404 error not found. I don't want anyone to know about my 404 error not found soul. I mean, it don't matter if it's Blizzard North, Nanya. It don't matter if it's Blizzard North. They spent a very long time working on Diablo 2 Resurrected. They went over Diablo 2 with a fine-tooth comb, discovered everything that they could discover about the game, re-engineered it for modern gamers, brought Diablo 2 Resurrected to us, and it is an amazing game. It is the definitive edition of Diablo 2 at this point, as far as I'm concerned. And during that time period, they had to have learned a lot about Diablo 2 and the way that it worked. And they applied none of it to Diablo 4, it seems. Now I want to play BG3 and I have to wait a full month before you can play it. Why do you have to wait a full month before you can play BG3? BG3 is amazing. Baldur's Gate 3 is ridiculously good, and it's way better than it has any right to be as far as I'm concerned. It's absolutely amazing. If you're not playing Baldur's Gate 3 at this point, I don't know what's wrong with you. I mean, maybe you just don't enjoy CRPGs, but even if you're not a CRPG fan, it's still an amazing story structure. It's a 10 out of 10 game easily, and quite honestly, you can literally sleep with any character in that game. About the only negative thing that I have to say about the game is that it's a little tiring to constantly have to deal with every single character coming onto you. Literally every single character just about in that game can be slept with. So when you're having a conversation with a character, there's always some obscure dialogue which leads to suddenly they want to grab a hold of your wiener, and you're just like, dude, I'm just trying to talk to you as a friend. Like, I feel like there should be an option at some point where you can just be like, I'm not interested in you that way, and it would just remove all the romance options from talking to the characters. Because it really gets bad in Baldur's Gate 3, where literally you're talking to a character and you're trying to have a regular conversation, and all of a sudden he's like, I think we should kiss. And I'm like, where did this even come from?
Burning in my loins.
Burning in my loins for you. And I'm like, wait just a minute. When at any point did I give you an indication that I was interested in you in a sexual manner?
My loins, sir.
I feel like what there probably should be in Baldur's Gate 3, I feel like needs this, is in the beginning of the game, because they're going to have every single character be a romance option, okay? In the beginning of the game, they need a little checkbox that has your orientation, all right? Like, what way do you swing, right? Are you interested in men? Are you interested in females? Are you interested in orcs? Are you interested in dogs, horses, ponies? Whatever. Put some checkboxes in there, okay? Because I don't want random romance popping up when I'm talking to some 90-year-old dude. It doesn't even make any sense, like, half the time. There's romance options for everything. Apparently, in Baldur's Gate 3, there's even, like, 2 bears having sex with each other at some point. Like, I need a checkbox that says no animals. I need a checkbox that says no guys. I don't swing that way. I need a checkbox that says no freakish and insectoid creatures. Like, I just let me I just don't want to have to fight off every single dude and old guy and animal creature in the Baldur's Gate kingdom that keeps trying to grab onto my wiener. Okay, I want to run something by you guys. I want to see if you guys are interested in this. So me and a couple other the content creators were talking about setting up kind of like a podcast where we talk about all this crazy stuff and maybe have some fun, yakking and schmacking. So right now we got Lucky Luciano and War Theory and myself. And I was thinking about asking Sweet Phil, see if he wanted to hop in on the action. Trix Magistus and maybe Skulm. I'm not sure how many people we can actually get, but I think it would be kind of interesting to do a podcast. And I wasn't sure if maybe some of you guys would be interested in us talking smack.
Hey, what's the topics you guys are going to cover?
I don't know, Diablo 4, Diablo 2. Maybe we'll talk about Baldur's Gate and bear sex. I don't know. Whatever comes up, I guess.
Well, I think there could be something there.
Absolutely.
I mean, I've talked to Riker a couple times, but I don't know if he wants to come down and say hello to us lowly peasants.
What would you name the podcast?
I don't know. I think when I think of podcasts, I always think of Spawn Waves, Spawncast, which is pretty cool.
If it was Diablo 4 only, I'd be like Beneath the Malignant Tunnel. But if it's generic, that doesn't work.
I mean, I haven't asked Sweet Phil yet, but I'll send him a message eventually and be like, "Hey, you interested in doing like a podcast or something?" See if he's interested. I mean, he's on like a tight schedule. I know. I'm not entirely sure if he'd be able to make it. I would assume that the patch is going to be applied. Maybe they'll even do a maintenance or something. I'm not sure. I haven't seen any message up here. It is, however, the 8th, the appointed day. Let me take a look real quick at something. I don't know if they gave a time for the patch.
They're pretty good at being on routine with their times. So you got another hour and 15 minutes or so, I'd think.
Pink. Yeah, it says August 8th, 2023. Scroll down to the bottom. No, they just have the date. They don't have the time. But that's usually the time they post it. So what have you been up to, Wolfie?
Not too much.
Are you excited
little
about
bit here and
Are you
there.
excited about your Wolvies gonna get all beefed?
I actually really am actually excited for the wolves to get beefed up. I'm
Beefy wolves?
gonna be on this evening in about 8 hours or so.
Beefy beef.
The third wolf actually doing something will be nice.
I'm excited to play the Sorc and see what all they did.
Okay.
How it's going to work out.
Alright, so I got a post here from Pez Radar. It says, reminder, patch 1.11 hits later this morning. He posted this 33 minutes ago. In the next few hours. So I'm probably dead on. It's between 1 and 2 p.m. EST, so we're getting close. So 33 minutes ago would have been approximately exactly what I would normally expect. They just linked back to the patch notes, so nothing big there. Yeah, man. I haven't been to sleep yet. I was playing Baldur's Gate all night long, and then I came home and, yeah, did a lot of stupid stuff that I shouldn't have done, and then hopped on here.
Shake, shake, shake.
Shake, shake, shake. What's up, Leon?
That's it.
You been playing Baldur's Gate 3?
No.
Terrible. So disappointed in you, Leon.
It was Evo weekend. I was watching all the fighting game tournaments.
So disappointed. How dare you not play the bear sex game?
Eh. I want this patch to hit so I can redo my Paragon board for the 5th time.
For the 5th time? I want the patch to hit so my Barbarian will actually be somewhat useful.
That'd be nice.
He's I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of disappointed in the Barbarian after they nerfed the crap out of him. There's just something there, like ever since the 1.10 patch, it feels like the Barbarian is just very
Bland.
bland. Yeah, bland. He wasn't like that before the 1.10 patch. I felt like he was a lot better.
It is done.
Yeah, I mean, when I compare him to the other classes, bland is a word that pops in my head. Because when I'm playing like my lightning tornado, or well, those are two different builds, like the lightning one or the tornado one, or even a landslide druid and all that stuff. It's like lots happening. It's very fun. It's cool, and then you go on the barb, and then you're swinging for like 2 damage on your sword, and that's about it.
So, what do you think they're going to break this patch?
Everything.
I don't know.
Well, you see, I
I-
kind of think it's funny because they put all of the like they set all of the parameters to basically 0. So any plus that they give us is good now, right?
I mean, I just every single patch there's been some kind of game-breaking ridiculousness, and I just don't even understand. I don't even understand. It's like they don't know how to QC their own patches. It's like they're completely incapable of QCing a patch.
It's crazy, truly.
I mean, some of the stuff that made it in is just mind-boggling. Like how the hell did the season mechanics get broken? The season mechanics being broken is probably the one thing that really like just I can't wrap my head around. How do you make a season mechanic and not fully test it before you implement it into the game? They had months to test out and QC the season mechanics. They told us the season mechanics, the season 1 patch was finished. They told us the season 1 patch was finished before the game launched, which means that they had 2 entire months to QC that patch, and we still ended up with a bunch of broken crap.
Yep. They have separate teams even working on it. It's really weird. I don't know what their testing is about.
I mean, and that patch that came in where we had 142 super rare uniques like the Shakos and the Andariel's Visages and stuff drop, that never should have made it into the game either. That was the same patch, by the way, that the HellTide Cinder stopped dropping on. Just like bleh. I don't even understand. And then you look at a game like Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is so amazing. The story is rich. The characters are well developed. You go through the game and you're just having so much fun just listening to the dialogue. The narrator's awesome. I mean, you explore every nook and cranny of the game like it's a damn old English muffin when you spread the butter and it goes in all the nooks and crannies. Like you want to go into all the little nooks and crannies and discover everything and read all the books and the notes and talk to everybody. I know that Baldur's Gate is going to be one of those games that eventually it's done and you never want to play it again. I mean, and that's cool. But it puts this game to shame as far as I'm concerned. Story-wise.
The devs cared about it.
But story-wise, it puts this game to shame. It has so much story, so much richness to it. It just straight up puts this game to shame.
And you can bang bears.
And you can bang bears.
Yeah. I mean, any Final Fantasy game, you can pretty much pick one out of the hat, and it probably puts this game to shame as far as story.
A lot of the earlier ones, yeah. Maybe Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 7. Some of the later ones, though, I don't know. Final Fantasy 8 story was kind of weak. How
How you feel about 10? Did you like 10?
Not really one of my favorites, story-wise. 9 was
I'm not a fan
decent.
of 9.
I liked 9. I don't remember 9 as much because I think I was on that JRPG high thing where I was just constantly playing games, and I was the thing where you just consume a game and move on to the next one and consume a game and move on to the next one. I need to go back and replay 9, I think.
Yeah, 9's especially like memorable for me because I played the original Final Fantasies, like on Nintendo and everything and that kind of thing. And then I didn't play any of the newer ones until 9, and then I went back and bought like 7 and 8 and then 10. So like 9 is the first one that brought me back to it. So I really like 9.
I'm doing the Game Boy Advance thing on my Switch. And then playing all the old games.
I think story-wise, I think 6 was definitely the best. I really liked 1. I would have to do 6 and then 1. Because 6 just had an amazing story. 7 had a good story too, but I really felt like 7 was just a knockoff of 6. Maybe it's just because I played 6 first, and I actually experienced Final Fantasy 6 before I experienced Final Fantasy 7, which is not always how people do it. Not everybody plays them in order, but I was like really up on the scene, the JRPG scene back in the day, and I remember playing Final Fantasy 6 on the SNES, and it had tons of amazing stuff in that game. There were secret characters you could find. You could find a Moogle. You could find a Yeti. You could put together entire teams in Final Fantasy VI. Who was the character in Final Fantasy VII? The Dracula. What's his name? God bless him. I can't remember. In Final Fantasy VII, the vampire that you find in the cave. There's also a vampire that you find in a cave in Final Fantasy VI too. It's not even. It's like they just straight up ripped that out of 6. I mean, Final Fantasy 6 is on SNES though, so the graphics aren't exactly the most amazing. But I find that the older graphics to be endearing.
FF1 or bust.
Final Fantasy 1 story is actually really good.
I always got really into the tactics Final Fantasies games.
Those were great too.
Mm-hmm.
So a little bit of a bit of trivia, and also important if you guys actually want to play Final Fantasy 6. So Final Fantasy 6 is not called Final Fantasy 6 in the United States. It was actually Final Fantasy. I want to say it's 4. I'm gonna look it up real quick because I want to make sure I tell you guys this right.
Isn't 6-3?
It's weird.
Run?
So the United States releases of Final Fantasy oftentimes didn't coincide properly with the Japanese releases. So the numbers didn't quite equivalate properly, which was an issue. 2, 3, and 5 had not been released outside of Japan at that time. So 4 was the second title released outside of Japan, and 6 as the third. So the third game that was released outside of Japan was 6. I've got it right here in case you guys are interested. So it's kind of like a whole thing with how it went, and sometimes they weren't numbered properly, so it's hard to get a good feeling for it all. But I'm fairly certain it was 6, because 6 is the one with the mech suits, if I remember correctly, the Moogle that you could get as a companion, the Yeti. I freaking loved 6. 6 was amazing.
Yeah, FF6 was 3 in the US.
Yes. So if you
4 was 2.
So if you want to play Final Fantasy 6 on the Super Nintendo, you have to get Final Fantasy 3 for the Super Nintendo. And even on the emulators, if you go with an emulator, it might be labeled as Final Fantasy 3. It depends on how they labeled it, or it might be labeled as 6. But or you might have the Japanese version, the Japanese release. Bink. Yes. So this is what it looked like when it came out in the United States, right there. So this is why it's confusing in the United States, because Final Fantasy 6 was Final Fantasy 3 in the United States, It's stupid. So there you go.
Still an amazing game, well worth playing.
Yes, amazing. It's one of the better ones in my opinion. If you'd ever played Final Fantasy 3 in the United States or Final Fantasy 6 in the Japanese version, I would definitely recommend checking it out. There was also another really weird one that I definitely wouldn't say is one of the best ones, but it's interesting. If you've never played it, it's called Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, and it's definitely an odder Final Fantasy title. It doesn't really fit into the standard Final Fantasy game genre setup, but it is interesting and it's kind of fun to play. Mystic Quest is a little strange. It's definitely the redheaded stepchild of the Final Fantasy family. But it's fun. But it's a fun playthrough nonetheless.
I don't know why, but I'm totally thinking in the clip version of this conversation, your editor puts in an otter when you say that.
A what? An otter?
Yeah, it just pops up when you say it.
Oh, man. There were so many good RPGs from back in the day, though. If you never played Super Mario RPG, I would also recommend that as well. That's one of the better RPGs from that time period. Was made by SquareSoft, not Square Enix. SquareSoft. I don't know what the difference is between Square Enix and SquareSoft. I'm pretty sure they're the same company, but maybe it's just a division.
I think they changed over.
Or did they change the name after a certain period of time?
Yeah, they changed, or they got acquired after a certain period of time. But like the company was still the same, but I think there was like a new owner.
It's called Super Mario RPG Legend of the Stars. That's it right there. Legend of the Stars. Very, very good game. Awesome. Definitely. If you've never played that, you should play it, because it's amazing. Is it getting a remake? Because I'll totally buy it and play it on stream.
Is it really?
I don't know. People are saying it in chat. I don't know. Super Mario RPG for Nintendo Switch. Interesting. Available 11/17/2023. We might have to revisit this bad boy.
That sounds hype.
I would play the trailer, but Nintendo likes to copyright strike pretty much anything that has their music in it, so.
Mm-hmm.
So a quick look up, it looks like Enix was a publisher and Squaresoft was the actual developers of games. And then Enix kind of merged with them, and that's how they become Square Enix. So Enix was more like a publisher company, and then they kind of merged with Squaresoft.
Gotcha. Well, this is pretty cool. The graphics look pretty good. I mean, honestly, this is one of the better RPGs from that time period. It's absolutely great. It was that was when Square Enix was kind of like on top of their game. I feel like Square Enix has kind of fallen off quite a bit recently, and they keep making weird games that I don't even understand what's going on. Like that MMO that they made that just totally flopped, and I don't even know what the hell.
Oh, yeah, dude. What was that?
Like, the really weird thing about Babylon's Fall was that they... I'm not really quite sure how to put it. It was like it didn't exist. There was hardly any promotional material on it. I didn't hear anything about it. I didn't see any ads. I didn't see anything for it. I mean, it's an MMO. You would think they would advertise. There was no hype. There was no, like, YouTube ads or anything popping up for it. I barely even knew that it existed until I started to hear about it failing. Which is crazy, because I got my ear to the ground a lot of the times for gaming news. I mean, people come in chat and tell me about stuff. Nobody mentioned Babylon's Fall. Nobody. Final Fantasy XIV, I have a love-hate relationship with 14 because it reminds me of 11. I love 11. Final Fantasy 11 is one of my favorite MMOs of all time. Probably number one, I would say. Final Fantasy XIV just feels like a baby version, a really babied, dumbed-down version of Final Fantasy XIV. It's like they took everything from Final Fantasy XI baby dumbed down version of Final Fantasy 11. Sorry, it's like they took everything from 11 that made it good, and they put it into Final Fantasy 14, but then they babied it all down to the point where it was just really easy. And I don't know. It was. I played Final Fantasy 14. I did all the raids. I cleared all the bosses. I leveled up multiple characters. I had fun with it, but at the end of the day, it was just way too easy, and I ended up blowing through it so fast that I hardly even knew what was going on before I ran out of content. And once I ran out of content, it was just a dried up river at that point, and I just kind of quit. Because we're waiting for the patch to launch, Steve.
Did they put a time? Was it like 2 p.m. Eastern or something?
It's usually 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to farm some Wrathful Hearts.
I need a new barber jam to take out all the Jujanks.
Yeah, I want to try the Barber Gem again. I only had it that one time, and then I played with it for like half a day, and I was like, I don't like this. But I want to have a couple of them to do different things with.
Bald Brad. Bald Brad went ahead and converted the estimated time of the patch into multiple into multiple time zones. You cracking me up, Bald Brad. I hope your hair grows back. I got kind of a love-hate relationship with JRPGs, though. JRPGs are... they're too formulaic, I guess would be the way to put it. It gets to the point where if you play a JRPG, it's like you played every single JRPG out there because they all pretty much do the same exact thing. We're like, oh, let me get my Excalibur and let me grab my Masamune and let me grab my my gun gear and let me get all my little doojanks. Some of them were just a lot more fun in my opinion than others. But every now and then you do come across a very unique RPG that really makes you, or JRPG, that you know, kind of like breaks the mold, and it's very fun to play. But a lot of the times with JRPGs, they just end up being the exact same thing every single time you play. I had to stop playing them. I was like, man, I gotta stop. I can't do it no more. I gotta stop.
There's a formula that they tend to follow, and most games do. It's like rom-coms. There's the whole formula.
But the thing is that they don't have to all be exactly the same. That's the thing. Like, I mean, some of the best ones are the ones that have broken the mold, right? I mean, if you take a look at Super Mario RPG, it's totally a mold breaker. I really did enjoy. I haven't played the second one, but I really did enjoy Octopath Traveler. I felt like that one broke the mold in a way.
Diablo 4 started an update.
Creeping Death. Why is this one so popular?
Yep, there we go. 216 megabytes. We are downloading, boys. We are downloading.
Right on, brother.
I remember when that used to be a big patch. 216.
New cosmetics? Okay, we'll take a look at the new cosmetics. We got a lot of stuff to test out today. I need to get it all done so I can go back and play some more Baldur's Gate 3. I'm not even going to hide it. I want to beat that game. You know how hard it was for me to tear myself away from Baldur's Gate 3 today? And my waifu, Lae'zel?
I believe it.
She gives me kisses whenever I want. By the way, for those of you who have played Baldur's Gate 3, I killed Shadowheart. F that B. F that B, okay? F her. F her to F her to H. Shadowheart can suck it. Shadowheart is a terrible, I mean, absolutely terrible freaking character. I hate her. I hate Shadowheart. She needs to go to hell. That girl disapproved of everything I did in the game. When you every time you make an action, literally at the top of the screen, it'll tell you whether they disapprove or approve of what you've done. Every single time I did anything, it was Shadowheart disapproves, Shadowheart disapproves, Shadowheart disapproves, Shadowheart disapproves, and every single conversation I had with her was just horrible. It was excruciating. And then she tried to slit my girl's throat. Okay? You guys want to know why I ended up killing her? Because she tried to slit my girl's throat in her sleep. So you go to bed one night in one of the camps, right? And you wake up and Shadowheart literally has a knife to Lae'zel's throat and is about to slit her throat in her sleep. And that was the last straw. I couldn't take it no more. I said, bye. I said, bye. Plus, she was a Shar worshiper. I couldn't stand her Shar worshiping butt. Priestess of the darkness. It was like having a Satan worshiper for a follower. Every single time anybody mentioned a god that wasn't her god, she would have some nasty thing to say about it, or be like, "Can't believe people follow that god. That god's terrible. Did you know that he saves babies? Did you know that he saves babies? That he actually pulled a baby out of a fire and actually saved the baby? This is terrible. I can't believe he would save a baby." It was like every single time she talked, it was like some nasty religious thing popping out of her mouth. Like Satan worshiper kind of nasty, not like Jesus worshiper nasty.
Sounds like you need to stab her in the middle of her sleeping.
Oh, she didn't even get a chance. Once she started stabbing somebody, I was just like, you know what? I'm not even gonna. No, we're not even gonna do this. Waiting on this update to finish. Is it finished? Okay, I think it's finished.
Mine's been all over the place with speeds.
I sound like the old man from Family Guy? Good. Will you enjoy it to an extent if you hate turn-based games? Honestly, even if you hate turn-based games, you can just put it on like easy and you can just walk through the game as Ben Solo, and then you can just enjoy the story. So somebody said there's new horrible cosmetics in the shop. We gotta take a look at the cosmetics of horribleness.
Behold the marvelous tales I have to offer.
So what are these new doojanks? We got new doojanks? Where's the new doojanks? Bathed in blood, I already seen that one. Don't they usually have like a little...
Sound
It's
selection.
ready.
They always doing the sorcerer, just the worst. Poor sorcerer, man. I'm telling you, poor sorcerer. I don't even know what to think about the sorcerer no more. It says shop refish. .1 is live, boys. Download. Download your doojanks. In the doojank, you can download your fellow doojank in the doojank. I'm trying to see what these new shop things are, but I don't know. I mean, where's the Druid ones? They don't got a new Druid one up here. These are the old ones. These Barbarian ones are the old ones too. The Mother's Embrace was already up there. The Mother's Protection. My shop isn't showing the new cosmetics.
Ah, very good.
Well, that's terrible. Why are my shop not showing the new cosmetics? Rest in peace, Wrathful Heart Farm. Yeah, they patched that. You know, like you can't mess around with the Wrathful Heart thing anymore. We might as well just go complete that quest because there's no reason to keep it active anymore. I'm just gonna go do that real quick.
Okay, the Barb set's a little crazy. You're like soaked in blood. I haven't seen that one.
Bathed in blood. Yeah, that was up there before. That one's not new.
Yeah, I don't check that often. That's crazy.
Not while I'm in town.
Patch notes yet?
Patches up.
Oh, are they?
Yeah,
Yeah,
patches
patches
up. Patch notes have been up. Like I said, they might have changed some stuff, but we're gonna have to go through it with a fine-tooth comb basically to figure that out.
Oh, nice. Good to hear they're up. Now what's broken? Go to the HellTide and see if you can get a unique. Get your Shaco.
That's
They broke
true.
that again.
Just test everything. So I should have done it.
What? What's broken? What?
Oh, I was commenting that perhaps maybe they broke HellTides again and get uniques.
Oh, you know what I
100%
forgot?
drop rate.
You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to go get my new stash tab.
Oh.
Oh, you gotta buy it before they take it away.
Yeah, gold well spent. No, we're gonna crash the servers right now. Plus stash tab equals crash server. Here we go. Boom.
Yep, everybody get your new stash tab, boys. Don't forget
Oh.
about your new stash tab.
It feels so good to have all this space that's gonna be gone in about an hour.
One stash tab, my boys. Just one. Let's go. Yay. Look at me. I got one tab. I got one stash tab. Look at me. I got one.
So now you can load up your 1 or 2 storage characters, your mules.
Look, I am
Full again.
OCD. I'm OCD as all get out, and it hurts my soul that I can't have a unique tab, literally just full of uniques. Like I just want one tab that's literally just uniques. That's what I want. Just let me put all my uniques on one tab, and I can't do that because reasons.
Why can't I buy another stash tab?
You should be able to buy one.
No, maybe I'm like not patched.
Yeah, you might not be patched.
Yeah, you might have to log out, log back in, and patch. Speaking of
Diablo's starting an update.
Speaking of logging out, logging back in, apparently my shop isn't showing any new stuff in there, so I think I might do a quick log out and log back in. Supposedly there's a bunch of new cosmetics in the shop, and I do
Don't know
want to
what's
see
new.
them. I do want to see them, but
What's new and what's old though? Like is
I don't-
Mother's Mercy new?
I don't see any. No, all the Mother stuff was Season 1. That was the Mother's Protection. That was all Season 1 stuff. The Bathed in Blood, that came with Season 1.
I'm not seeing any new cosmetics either.
This Druid set's pretty cool though. The matriarch or Mother's Embrace. It's pretty cool for a Druid set.
Ugh. You just look like you're made out of flesh.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's better than wood.
It's better than wood. I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is. I don't know. I don't know if it is.
That was funny. That was funny. Flesh is better than wood.
Yes, the patch is up. You might have to reboot. You might have to relaunch your BattleNet. Guys, you got to close out the game. Can't play. Alright, you can check for updates. Make sure you get your update. Oh, it was like 2 gigs for me.
Maybe I was even further behind than I thought.
Plague Rat set. John Pierce says he sees the new stuff.
Yeah, I'm just doing the updates now, I guess. It wasn't auto-updating. It's interesting to see that they let different versions of the client join the server like that, so...
Well, it's just if you're on the
Forcing
game.
people.
I mean, it'll update your game as soon as the next time you log in. You just be playing on the
Diablo
you're just
isn't
playing on
running
the old patch basically. A lot of the stuff they update server side, so it doesn't matter anyway. God, it's so nice running in here and just like wrecking shop.
Not ready yet.
These monsters are so easy.
You gonna test out the wolves?
I probably should.
God,
I wanted to test out my Barbarian first, okay?
The bleed Barbarian?
My bleed Barbarian, yes.
I get to test Sorc by teleporting in the mob and seeing if I get clapped.
By the way, Leon,
I need more time.
Steel Grasp and the kick thing is absolutely amazing.
I love Steelgrass.
Well,
And
it's just
successful.
being able to pull them all in and being able to pull them all in and then kick them is hilarious.
Yeah, you like to be able to suck them in when you don't have Xyler there to
Yeah,
suck.
yeah, you gotta have the suck. If you don't have the suck, I mean, how else are you gonna suck? Okay.
Yeah. I suck them, I trap them, and then I blow them up. Suck, trap, blow.
I must wait.
I gotta say, my Fury generation is kind of insane at this point. I know they only bumped it up by a couple points, but
Yeah.
Time to do
You're gonna feel the difference, especially if you have anything that scales it, which I think you do. But I'm pretty sure you have the Berserking node that gives 18%. And then if any of your rings have it, like it's just gonna...
I feel it. I feel it. Oh, I got a Wrathful Heart. Get over here. Oh man, he feels so much better than he did before. I can't even explain it. He just feels better. It doesn't feel bad anymore to be playing this character. I just felt bad before.
Here,
Alright, come on, Varshan, die and let's go.
shifted.
Wow, 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 wow. Oh, I gotta talk to you, that's right.
Prepare the ritual.
I'm preparing the ritual. Oh yeah, I gotta switch back to Gushing Wounds. I forgot about that. I switched over to the Berserk node for the time being because Gushing Wounds is was still kind of garbage at the time. But now Gushing Wounds has been fixed, so feels a lot,
Crimson? What?
feels a lot better. I have Fields of Crimson on. That's also been buffed up.
I know, you're gonna be like a wrecking machine now.
We shall see.
Especially if you have the sucking ability.
Oh yeah, suck, suck.
So am I.
Suck, baby. Oh yeah, suck it.
Is that a
That
rupture
could
on your bar?
replace you can
Rupture.
replace your
Well, I
steel
gotta
grasp.
test. They buffed it up like 6 ways. I gotta test it.
So you're gonna suck rupture,
Sucky, suck, suck, suck.
and then you're gonna berserk, and then you're gonna taunt, or I don't know which order this is going in, but then you're gonna flay, and then you're gonna kick.
Oh, flay is my main ability, so I flay a lot.
So there's a suck, there's a berserk, there's a taunt, there's a flay.
If only I could make my kick stun. How do I make my kick stun?
Isn't that weapon mastery aspect? Legendary aspect? That makes him stun? Like high chance? 50% chance, I think? Actually, no, that's only for like death blow and stuff. Doesn't apply to brawling.
So did you see the thing in the patch notes, Leon, about apparently anything that triggered anything was not working if the monster had a barrier?
Yeah.
So if you if you had like on crit, or you had lucky hit, or if you had it doesn't matter what it was, but they basically just weren't working.
Forgive me.
I mean, why should it?
Friend.
I'm just kidding.
It sounds absolutely insane when you think about it. That like, okay, you just weren't getting any of your on hit effects if the monster had a barrier running.
I wonder if it worked the opposite way. Because then those pants would have been perfect.
Oh yeah, the monsters probably also weren't having what their on hit effects trigger probably when you have your barriers running, which means barriers probably got nerfed a little bit.
Rip, sorry.
All right, let's go finish this quest.
I need time to do that.
What's up, Cormand?
With Varshan destroyed, the malignant. I only wanted to
Spacebar
crash
is the skip dialogue button in BG3, and I'm over here spamming spacebar. Must skip dialogue. I gotta do
Really
it.
annoying when that bug comes up where it doesn't let you skip dialogue until you alt tab out of the game and come back.
Oh, I see. So that's the way. That's the way that they fixed it. So the quest, the quest that people were exploiting, that we're getting the hearts from.
Yes.
So the way that they fixed it is they made it so that to get the heart, you have to talk to Cormand outside the dungeon to obtain the heart. So Varshan no longer drops the heart. Instead, Cormand gives you one of those little packages, and you open the package, and it has the Varshan's heart in it.
Okay. That's a good fix. I'm not sure why the fix would be relevant when everyone's already farmed it to death. That's kind of the thing. That's the kind of thing you would hot fix once you find out people are exploiting it. But then you just let everyone farm it for a couple weeks and then you fix it. That just hurts the people who are finally getting to it now.
I mean, it's just, some of the exploits they've just left in the game for really long periods of time, and it's really quite strange. And I don't understand. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
It's not an exploit; it's a feature.
It's, I mean, like, yeah, right.
I need
I'm sorry.
In my opinion, it's a little too late to fix that. Because most of the player base has fallen off for this season. Like, most people only play the season with one character and then they quit. That's how most of these games work anyway. And then it's a couple weeks in, people are ready to farm those hearts to hell. Like, at that point, people are just farming them to try different builds. Like, who cares at this point? Any racing, any competition, quote unquote, is over.
Already got ruined. It already got ruined, right?
Yeah, like, you're fixing nothing at this point. Like,
This season's a whole wash at this point. They may as well just not even.
I mean,
they aren't.
Well, let's use the Olympics as an example, shall we? So, remember when a bunch of people got caught using steroids during the Olympics, and legal steroids, because I think there also are legal steroids as well, but the illegal ones, and they took away gold medals and things that people had won. They retroactively went back and were like, hey, you cheated. Like, you're not going to keep your rewards. I mean, at a certain point, like with season, rankings and all this other stuff, especially with like the statue, like the 1,000 people that were on the statue and whatnot. I mean, I'm sure they have a way to detect who was using the exploit and who wasn't. Honestly, they should go back and retroactively take that from them. If they want to patch this stuff out and say, hey, this is an exploit, you shouldn't have been doing this. This is bad. Then they also, in my opinion, therefore have to go back to the contests and be like, look, the people that exploited this, you don't get to be on the list. And I don't know exactly how they would be able to do this, but it's just not fair, in my opinion, to say something is an exploit and then let the people who exploited it profit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we found a legitimate way of doing it, and I wonder if they patched that one out.
I can't do that here.
I think our way was honestly almost just as fast as doing it the exploit way. I mean, it took 4 people instead of 1 person.
I can't do
But
that here.
if you had 4 people doing it, we could get relatively large numbers of Wrathful Hearts pretty quickly. Probably a lot faster than they intended.
I mean, you don't get them at
Properly using
all
mechanics.
outside of doing that kind of like
Oh my
going
god, the
into tunnels.
invokers are so rare, it's ridiculous. Will I be testing out the Fire Sorceress build? Actually, I don't think I have a Sorceress set up for Fire. I do have one Sorceress, and she's set up for Charged Bolt. I mean, I could go over there and, like, play around with it, but I doubt she would be anywhere near, like, the capability of a full Fire Sorceress. Testing the barrier fix.
You need the gloves and the staff to do the fireball variation.
I believe... I don't know how we could test out the barrier fix, to be honest. I'll hop on my Druid real quick. Oh yeah, the Wrathful Invokers are so ridiculously rare, it's not even funny. I think the entire season I've been playing, I haven't found any Wrathful Invokers. Not even one. Well, there you go. Increases the passive damage of the Ravens by 40%. 40% times. Interesting. I'm so curious about what they did to the Poison Creeper's passive. They basically said the Poison Creeper wasn't being properly affected by the Call of the Wild, and was also not being properly affected by the bonus companion aspect. The one that gives you an additional companion. And I think I still have my bonus companion Dewjank around here somewhere. That is the core skills. Not the one I'm looking for. You are not the one I'm looking for. Do I really not have it? I could have sworn I put all that stuff in here specifically for, you know, just in case I needed it later. You know, in case I wanted to swap back. Which is pretty common. Guess I don't have it. I still want to see what the passive damage has gone up to. Supposedly, the passive damage was not being affected at all, and I have a 60 times multiplier for the passive damage on the Shadow, the Poison Creeper. I'm about to die out here.
I'm not ready.
Dear Lord Jesus. I just wanted to test my poison creeper out, you little suckers. Yeah, get wrecked. 275. That's terrible. 369. I mean, by comparison, the amount of damage that my poison creeper does actively is kind of insane to the passive. The passive is basically nothing, and the active is nuts. Let me take the dewjank off. As you can see here, I'm hitting for like 9 to 10k per pulse of poison, and that's assuming that I don't get a double. Lasts for a pretty long time too. It does easily 100,000 damage relatively quickly, if not a lot more than that. When it doubles, it gets kind of insane.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, I don't really know. The passive effect on the poison creeper is still relatively low. I wouldn't say it's been increased all that much. I am kind of interested to see what the hell they did with the plus. They said that the plus companion wasn't working on the poison creeper properly. Apparently, it wasn't working on a lot of the companions properly. Something about the wolf, it wasn't even counting for the wolf at all. So despite the fact that you had an additional wolf, it wasn't actually working with the wolf, which sounds really weird. There was also some sort of thing going on with the active on the wolf as well. Apparently the active on the wolf wasn't being affected. There we go. I have a, unfortunately that has a lot less damage. I could upgrade it real quick, just so we can get an accurate dewjank. Not going to be as good as the 800 plus 25, but it'll be close.
That there is worth the coin.
Okay, let's go see how this affects the poison creeper.
I'm not ready yet.
The patch is indeed out, James. I don't know what NMD is. I don't know what that abbreviation is. What are you talking about? $48,000 passive. 40,000 passive. So 168,000. 203,000. What the hell? That is a pretty big buff in damage. So, despite the fact that there is a big difference in damage between my 800 plus 25 and my 759 plus 25, adding in the bonus companion actually increases the damage of my poison creeper from 168,405 to 203,159. The passive bonus increases from 40,417 to 48,758. And there is really nothing on this item that is better than the one that I'm using. The damage output should not be going up that dramatically just for simply adding in that aspect, but it is. And it's going up dramatically. Let's actually imprint that and see what it is with my full damage numbers. I'm kind of very curious now. Apparently the +1 companion is actually having a pretty drastic effect on the poison damage of the creeper. Alright, let's just go ahead and extract this. Actually, hold on. Let me write down the numbers first before before I go doing all that.
I must wait a moment.
I gotta go outside to write down the numbers. They don't show up unless you're outside. Alright, so I am looking at 168,405. Active. And I know these tooltip numbers are not always very accurate, but I'm going to write them down anyway. 40,417 passive. Alright, let's go ahead and imprint this. Interested to see how the numbers change.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
All right, traveler.
Alright, so now we got our companion, which is a 26 bonus. So this is a perfect one. Perfect companion bonus. Let's see how much the damage increases.
I'm not ready yet.
So we are looking at 212. Wow. 212,190. This is, of course, without my modifiers. I have quite a few modifiers. 50,925. Wow. Okay. That's actually pretty good, I'm not going to lie. Let's get a couple of my modifiers running and see how much damage I can pump that up to. $275,000. 275,000. 399,000. Whoa. 399,979. 399,979.
I must wait a moment.
Woo! Nice poison creeper.
I must wait a moment.
We'll do a nightmare dungeon.
I must wait a moment. Lowhum spirit.
Oh yeah, we need to check out the density of these dungeons. Yeah. We gotta test out monster density, dungeon density. I totally forgot. They should increase dungeon density. I totally forgot that that's what they did. Because I'm a big dummy. I'm a big dummy. Alright. What dungeons? We got a dungeon in here. We got a 53. Skazlan. Gold Enchanted. I thought they removed Gold Enchanted. Maybe it's because I have it left over from before. Let's just craft a couple. What we got? Suppressor? I don't care about suppressor. Let's go. Sounds good to me. Let's check out this density increase. Oh, I had a full companion build before. No, it was basically wolves, ravens, poison creeper. I ended up focusing more on the creeper itself because I wanted to scale the poison damage, and the wolves and the raven is not... They're physical, not poison. So I was kind of torn between the two, which is why I ended up running this kind of like weird hybrid build. My Twitch still says Baldur's Gate. Oh man, see what I see. Blue boy. There. Fixed it. Thank you guys. What's up, suckers? How are you doing? What's up, suckers? Freshness makes the move alive. Give me that thing.
I must wait a moment.
Won't, 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 won't.
I'm not ready yet.
Won't, 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 won't. Won't, won't, won't. Hey, hey, hey. None of that,
I must wait a moment.
sir. What's up, buddy? Where'd you go? Oh, you're back.
I'm not ready yet.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Was that a 14 million crit? Did I just hit a 14 mil?
Probably.
See, this is why I'm glad I'm on YouTube, so I can pull this up and go back and look. I'm pretty sure that was a 14 miller. Let's look at it. What's the look?
Got a 2.2 Barber.
Oh no. It was just two numbers that were perfectly lined up. They were perfectly lined up. It was not a 14 mil. It was not. It was not. That was a really long number though. I was like, man. Alright. Okay, not a 14 miller.
I must wait a moment.
That was a 4.8 mil though. I just saw there.
I'm not ready yet.
I was much more impressed with 14 than 4.8.
I'm not ready yet. Spirit.
Oh, this is that dungeon that has those crazy rooms with all the elites in it, isn't it?
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah, let's hop in there.
I must wait a moment.
Yay!
I'm not ready yet.
Man, the amount of poison damage that I do is actually pretty insane. I mean, I was already scaling for poison damage, but I can see it on the boss's bar and stuff, like when I'm fighting one of the really big elites. I can see how much damage I'm doing, and then I can literally see almost I want to say a little over a quarter, like a third of their bar will just be, you know, dark red, indicating that they're poisoned,
I must wait a moment.
and it's massive. I can't believe I'm hitting almost 400,000 poison damage on a target, though.
I'm not ready yet.
Ooh, that's a lot of lightning.
I'm not ready yet.
Alright, who's left? Oh, some animus up here we didn't collect. Get on my face. Get on my face.
I'm not ready yet.
Where's the last guy? He's got to be over here. Yeah, there's a little room over there we haven't been in.
I must wait a moment.
This is such a solid build, though, Leon. There's nothing wrong with this build at all. This build is solid. Taking advantage of the flesh render, utilizing 3 defensive skills, having them alt cast in between each other, the poison creeper doing massive amounts of poison damage, the landslides going off. It's just it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, defensively it's insane. Offensively it's pretty insane too. Put the animus in the jar, or else it gets the hose again.
I'm not ready yet.
What's the highest tier I'm comfortable with? I don't even know. I was testing out some of the higher tiers. I didn't really go through them all yet. I think I did a 670 the other, well, before the patch. I did a 70. And kind of just breezed through it. It wasn't really that difficult.
I'm not ready yet.
We had some fun playing around in like a level 100 as a group. That was scary. The monsters get a lot tougher in a group.
I must wait a moment.
Please, help us get out of here.
It's a build I made up on my own.
I must wait a moment.
It's a flesh render poison creeper build. Basically, it revolves around utilizing the flesh render's poison damage thing. So whenever you use a defensive ability between Blood Howl and Debilitating Roar, you get a damage effect that goes off. So essentially, as long as the monsters are poisoned, and you use Blood Howl or Debilitating Roar, either one, back and forth, you get a damage effect that appears on any target that's poisoned. Utilizing Nature's Fury and also the Nature's Savagery gauntlets, which I shouldn't have stopped to show you anything, because reasons. I can basically cast them back and forth on each other pretty insanely quickly. And they also cast the alternate one as I'm casting them. So essentially I use them to alt cast each other to get more of the flesh render damage buff, which is essentially how it works. And then I also scaled the poison damage specifically on the poison creeper opposed to the actual landslide damage. I spent most of my effort trying to scale the poison damage about as high as I could get it. It really kind of focuses around the poison creeper the most. I was trying to take advantage of the poison creeper in just about every way that I could. I really like the poison creeper. I wanted to make a character basically all around the poison creeper. That's really all there is to it.
Wait a moment.
Ah, so much damage all of a sudden. So many suppressor shields. You guys got enough suppressor shields, my friends?
Wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm out of spirit.
Waxing gibbous, 800 item power. Sacred, sacred. I don't care about these. Get out my inventory. Oh.
Not ready yet.
Every now and then they get me way down. Oh, there's the box. The update is currently live, Josh.
I'm not ready yet.
It is live. Well, there's something odd about Bulwark, though, that you have to know. A lot of people are excited about how much damage it does, but it doesn't do that damage all the time. For some reason, the amount of damage that Bulwark does scales with the HP of the monster. So the higher the HP of the monster, the more damage that it does. So seeing it do massive amounts of damage in tier 100s is just a side effect of the fact that the monsters have large amounts of HP in tier 100s. Not necessarily that Bulwark does massive amounts of damage all the time. The numbers that you're seeing right now are the level 108 numbers, because these monsters are level 108. So when you watch Bulwark explode, it's exploding at the level 108 numbers. If I go to a higher one, you'll see Bulwark explode for a lot higher.
I'm not ready.
What's up, Chunks? How's it going?
Finally got it done.
What'd you get done?
Oh, I tagged you in Discord.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, you hit level 100? I'm right in the middle of fighting a giant group of monsters.
I must wait a moment.
Can't even look.
Fancy fast internet speed.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, you fixed your internet?
No. Or fancy fast internet speed.
A blue ring.
You on your Druid?
It definitely felt a little bit more dense in that dungeon than the other ones. Oh, you got your, you finally updated? Oh, okay. You finally updated, I see.
Yeah.
How long did it take you? About 10 hours? I'm just teasing you. Obviously, you're here before 10 hours.
I can't hear you at all.
Why not?
I don't know, you're going all robot on me.
A robot?
Yeah.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Well, perfect shred. Let me close out Discord and I'll reopen it. Just in case my Discord is dead. Wow, I got 7 viewers on Twitch and I got 777 viewers on YouTube. That was cool to see. 77777777777.
World boss. 30 minutes.
World boss. I need to get back on my Barbarian then. On the body. We got 30 minutes to the world boss.
Yeah, I was about to do a 30-ish.
I'll do a higher level dungeon real quick.
I must wait a moment.
I'll show you my skill tree.
I was gonna do a 34.
Alright, here you go. There's my skill tree. 1, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1. Gives me my fortify. Landslide.
You wanna join?
Pheromotes. I'm gonna do a high level one real quick to test out these dungeons. Probably something like 70 or 80.
Good lord.
Yeah.
The latency is terrible. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Well, they buffed overcharge, right? Remember-
Overcharge? Yeah, they buffed charge.
No, the aspect over the one I was using for lightning. I remember. Oh, I have to find a new one, so I should be doing the HellTide because this one is only 20% cap, and I think it goes up to 40 now. I think that was one of the buffs they did. So it didn't change the existing one.
Alright, let's go to a higher level dungeon and go get our butts kicked and look like idiots on stream. I haven't actually tested this guy past 70. Not really. Let's go.
What is your chest? Are you wearing an offensive chest, like with a Mad Wolves, or
Defensive.
All right, so then you should be fine if you're wearing 2 defensive pieces. That's like the only change I had to really make, is that I switched to 2 defensive pieces. And I also needed a source of healing in my build, but I think you already have a source of healing, so you're fine.
Let's go do an 80 some odd. Why not? I definitely don't want to play with the Drifting Shade. I don't like the Drifting Shade. I think it's 90 with blisters. Blisters aren't that hard to deal with. Hopefully. Yes, the game's updated, Trey. It's a pretty large update apparently for some people. Somebody said it was like 8 or 9 gigabytes on the Xbox.
There's a couple gigs for sure. I didn't look at the original download, but it was over a couple gigs for me.
For me, it was 2. It was like 2.3 or something like that. They changed the pre-existing uniques, but they didn't change everything on the pre-existing uniques. So the special effect, they said they changed, but not the modifiers, like the 4 modifiers that you get on the item. So the 4 modifiers on the item are going to stay the same. So you basically have special versions of the items now. Is essentially what they've done. So they've created like pre-patch and patch versions is what's going on. It's had to be chargers on my level 90 dungeon. Can we not have chargers? Or oh wait, did they fix the chargers? No, they didn't fix the chargers. No, they did not. They did not fix the charger. I just killed that charger, and after I killed the charger killed me. So no, they did not. They did not fix the charger. I killed all the chargers. Charger still somehow killed me anyway. I guess maybe that's a bug that they're working on for a later patch. Leave me alone, bees. Your mom's a bee. How about that? And your dad's a bee. And your granny's a bee. Your mommy and your daddy's a bee. How about that? And proud bees they were. Freaking barrier though. Hey, y'all can F off with your little charge do-janks. Oh, ow. Dead again.
Oh, is this Kickstarter?
Dead again. Get my fortify back up. I probably need to work in the Undaunted gem for these higher tier dungeons. Glyph. I don't use the Undaunted for all the low tier stuff because it just doesn't really. It's not really necessary. I like having the extra damage, but for here I might need to work in the Undaunted Glyph. I could probably work it in right now. Let me go ahead and throw it in place of this one. I should already have it leveled. Yes, I do. Nice. That should make a pretty huge difference.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Oh, no, it did not make a huge difference. Charger still killed me. Why did I have to pick the one dungeon with chargers in it? Out of all the chargers and bees. Not just chargers, not just bees, but chargers and bees. I had to pick the one with chargers and bees. Yeah, die, charger. I ain't scared of you. Okay, I'm scared of you. If I'm being perfectly honest, I'm scared of the chargers and the bees, okay? They're all scary. If I was a hardcore character, I don't even think I would do any dungeons with chargers or bees in them. I would just be like, look, alright, I'm not doing these dungeons. They got bees in them, they got chargers in them. I'm just gonna move on with my life. We're not gonna do these. We're not doing these dungeons.
I'm not ready yet.
Woo! Guess what I died to? A charger. Let's try one of these that doesn't have chargers and bees in it. Stupid chargers and stupid bees. Dude, the bees are insane. Yeah. I'm gonna take my revenge on all you monsters outside that are trying to gank me at the door. Alders is the Giga Chad dungeon. I mean, I don't usually have any issue with it, except for at tier 90. I could repair my equipment. Go to the blacksmith in shame.
That looks warm.
I could definitely feel the density increase, though. Definitely. Especially with the chargers. Normally there's only like 3 or 4 chargers, and there was like 6 or 7 chargers. So, yeah. Ow. Ow. Let's do one of these other ones. What do we got? Cumdor Temple. Cumdor Temple. Shut up, okay?
You said that correctly.
Shush. Physical as burning, physical as fire. Physical as burning and physical as fire. It's so interesting to see both of those. Alright, let's try the 83 with the electric lances. Charnel House. Yes, the new patch is live in the bot.
I must wait a moment.
What is going on? I got locked into a CC all of a sudden.
I wait a moment.
Instant dead. One shot by something.
I
Again.
must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
I'm not sure what it is that one-shot me over there, but man, it hurts. I think it's the lightning pillars? Double lightning?
I'm not ready yet.
I'm so glad I have massive amounts of poison that I can apply and then run away. Okay, whatever it was that was being mean to me is dead.
I'm not ready yet.
Hey look, there's more stuff to be mean. Man, the density in these dungeons is insane. I just walked into this room, I just cleared out a huge pack of elites and monsters, and then walked 2 more feet into the room, and there was another huge pack of elites and monsters on the other side of the same room that was equal in size, if not larger, than the first one. Holy Jesus. I mean, I said that the increase in density was probably going to make this more difficult, not easier. Especially with how the elites tend to spam their abilities. But that's kind of insane.
I must wait a moment.
Stop blowing up.
I mean, if you wanted more density, you got more density because they are dense. There is a denseness there. There is an extreme densilation.
They've delivered.
They have delivered the dense.
It's gonna be more XP too.
Oh, it is thick. It is thick with thickety thick boys. That is some thickness. They got the thickness.
I must wait a moment.
I mean, I'm not having a problem killing them, but when you get enough elites in a room and they all start focusing all of their special effects on you, it's kind of hard to stay alive. Like when you got like the lightning and then the lightning pillars, and then you got the freezing effects, and you got the explosions, and I mean, it gets kind of insane when you have more than 5 or 6 elites on the screen at any given time.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
I'd be dodging. I'm just trying to stay alive desperately in here.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, individually the monsters are not that difficult, but when I get these monster packs like that,
I'm not ready yet.
man, I don't even have a chance to press my buttons. There's so many monsters. Like, before I can even get in there and start doing my thing, all of a sudden I'm surrounded and entrapped. I kind of have to play it more defensively, which is kind of how I usually do when I'm outnumbered, or when the monsters are just way too difficult for me to be able to deal with. I'll use my poison creeper, get that immobilize off, and then just kind of move out of the way. I don't really have much choice in the matter. It's either that or die.
I'm not ready yet.
Woo! Instant one shot. Well, that's the second dungeon fail. I'm definitely going to say that the density has increased rather dramatically. I would even go so far as to say that if you were capable of clearing a 100 dungeon before, you might not be able... You might not have the same easy time clearing the 100 dungeon now. The density increase, I think, is enough to warrant re-rating the scale.
I can see that.
Because it's not necessarily that the monsters are harder, but when you get a lot of the monsters that have the really nasty overlapping, like it gets really bad really quickly. I feel like I've got to do a lot more kiting than I had to do before. I would usually just be able to walk into a group of monsters and just be like, oh yeah, you guys are dead. No, now it's like, okay, there's like 60 monsters here. I've got to carefully make sure they don't surround me and just all start wailing on me at the same time. Also, if several of the overlapping effects hit me at the same time, I really kind of don't have much of a chance there. I mean, I still handled some of the, you know, just like a regular dungeon relatively easy, but...
They buffed my bowling build. Boulder goes up to 240% now. 140. To 200.
Oh, Carmine the Bowler. Baby Bowler. You be Baby Bowler or Carmine the Bowler? Which one are you going to be?
Carmine the
Something
Bowler.
blessed? Cursed, perhaps?
Barber got cut in half. Did it get cut in half? Did they also nerf the percentage?
No. I got one right now.
No, I meant the multiplier.
No, it's... I have it at level 5. It's 15%.
Still 4 seconds. Still, I got a level 4 that's 14%. It looks like it's still the same.
Yep.
As far as I know, the only thing they changed is it only works for yourself now instead of the whole group, which is a good change, in my opinion.
Yeah, it working for the whole group was just kind of stupid. They said they also increased the density in HellTides too, right? It was HellTides and Nightmare Dungeons, right? So let's go take a look at the HellTides. Not that HellTides are going to be particularly difficult, but I thought the density in the HellTides was always pretty good. Felt like that to me, anyway.
Join on me if you want. I'm in the HellTide.
Oh, you're in the HellTide right now? Where are you at? Chunkalunks.
Oh, hello.
Oh, Goblin. Give my guaranteed legendary drop.
Got a nasty. Good. I like this neck. This neck is awesome.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay. I mean, so far, I feel like the density is higher. Ow!
I must wait a moment.
Oh yeah, I think the density, I can feel the density increase. That seems like a lot more monsters in each pack. And the packs are closer together too, it feels like.
Screaming Hellbane on me.
Yeah, what?
Screaming Hellbane.
Oh, did you get that treasure goblin that I killed?
Uh-uh.
He should be right up there. I'd put a doojank on it. I put a doojank on it.
Get the Hellbane.
I did.
There's the ore. Need ore.
I always need ore. That's a silly question, Chunks. World boss in 10 minutes. Okay, we'll be there. We'll be there.
Yeah, HellTide would basically be over. Close enough.
I'm not ready yet.
Nope. Nope. I do have 125 cinders.
Yeah, I don't even feel like you have to go to the events now. There's just so much to kill. It's
I
nice.
must wait a minute.
The densities feels good. I mean, it's going to be a little bit more scary for the lower level characters though coming
Oh
through
yeah.
here.
More bang.
Oh, I noticed that the monsters are level 103. That's nice.
Well, that is nice.
I thought they capped out at 95. Did they change that? They must
think
have. They
HellTide
must have changed it.
I thought they changed that in the season 1 patch, so HellTides are always 3 levels above you. I could be wrong.
Oh yeah, they increased HellTide and Nightmare Sigil density. That was something that they talked about. Also boss HP as well.
Oh yeah, we're about to do a boss.
More bang.
I must wait a moment.
Question is, I put my Barber gem on for the boss.
Well, it'll be nice not to have my poison damage nerfed for the boss.
There's an event right north of me.
Yeah, I'm just picking up all these cinders all over the place. I'm probably not going to have enough to open up like a big chest or anything.
How many you have?
82.
It's gonna be
They
close.
drop pretty quick. Here's the event.
Dude, my poison damage is so high, I can literally just walk into a group of monsters, press the button, and then just walk away. Even in those high-tier dungeons where I was having trouble with all those monsters killing me, because there was just so many elites, I could still do that. I could still walk into the group of monsters, pretty much just press the button, dish out massive amounts of damage.
I'm not ready yet.
I was having trouble in that one though. They had like the little lightning things, and they would spawn like 6 or 7 lightning things on top of me at one time, and it was just too much lightning damage. Those little ones that like sit and rotate.
Yeah. It's not easy.
Up top.
No, it's just normally there's not that many. You know, like you don't normally have like instantaneously 6 or 7 directly on top of you.
I must wait a moment.
And that was just the ones that were on top of me.
Something's coming.
I'm not ready.
It's raining.
Tacos.
I wish it was raining chacos.
No, tacos. Tacos, not chacos. You can wear a taco on your head, though. I'm sure people will be impressed.
I'd rather wear a shaco.
They're both green,
Holy crap.
but only if you get lettuce. Whoa, look at that big
That's
group.
a lot of guys.
That is a lot. There's a lot of elites in there, too. That's pretty impressive. See, these are good changes. I like these changes. Increasing the density in the HellTide. HellTide's supposed to be scary. Like, I mean, it's a good thing for the HellTide to be thick and dense with monsters. Now, I'd like it to be a little bit more difficult. That would also be a fun challenge. I'd be fine with them increasing the difficulty of the HellTides even more. I think for the lower levels, they could leave it the same. For the characters that are, you know, I don't know, 60 to 75-ish, maybe 80. But I think once you get past level 80 and you start working into like level, you know, 81 plus, and you're going into the level 100, I think at that point you've got your character pretty well figured out. Everything should be, you should be mostly geared out, and I think it would be fine to up the level of the monsters in the HellTides. Maybe to plus 10. I think plus 10 minimum.
I'm not ready yet.
I really would like them to put the change that they were trying to do with the uniques more common, like the helm chest, that's a helm, and then just get rid of like the super uniques so you don't have the Shaco problem. So you like people can farm their Tempest Shores and stuff. I think it would make HellTides even more engaging in game activity. Oh, Kickstart's on me.
Nice. Let's go get her. Where you at? You down there?
I need
I was heading to the chest. Try to open it before the world boss.
We got 3 minutes to the world boss.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill Kickstart. She's half health, and then I'm gonna head to the chest, and I'm gonna head to the world boss. Tight timer. Kickstart is at 40%.
I'm gonna go ahead and spend my cinders because I'm probably not gonna come back.
Alright. I'm headed
Sorry.
to the world boss.
25%.
I must wait a minute.
Sorry, I'm trying to spend my cinders. The monsters keep attacking me.
There's another guy here. She's gonna die.
I'm close enough. It'll probably be okay. Yeah, I'm here. Hey, ancestral chest armor.
I cannot carry anymore.
Mad Wolf, probably exactly what I'm looking for.
Another, yeah, I got another Mad Wolf Glee.
I've only got the bear one. I haven't found the wolf one yet.
Good luck teleporting out into HellTides. I'll tell you what.
I must wait a minute.
I'm at the world boss. Or tell it to me whenever you're done.
If I could tell you out, I would, sir. I am desperately trying to get away from the monsters at this particular moment.
Well, I meant once you do get out.
Schmensity.
Precious stone.
Alright. So chunks. I don't have any room for anything, but whatever.
I need 2 more Paragon points. And then I get my other legendary node, Thunderstruck.
Thunderstruck.
I was waiting for it.
Greetings.
Need to level up my glyphs. I've got 3 out of 4. Well, 2 out of 4 to 15. One's at 14. The other one's at 4.
We drop all these ancestrals in the ground.
Oh, you want that one too?
That's money in the bank.
Well, I'm full, and I'm trying to make some room so I actually have room to pick up the items that drop from the world boss. I'm gonna go back to the Barbarian after this.
Do some greater rifts. Or greater rifts. Oh my gosh. Shame on me.
Freudian slip.
Oh.
I must wait a moment.
That's $5 in the swear jar, chunks.
It's more like 50. That's just like the worst thing you can do.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, 14 million. Wow. That was a 14 million.
That's a bit.
Poor
For the
guy.
health increase.
I mean, with you and me here, both level 100s, I feel like he did last a decent
I crit for 12
amount.
million.
Especially considering you and me are both really well refined. I feel like he did last for quite some time.
I don't even have
More than normal.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Like my totem.
What you got? Runeworker's primordial flesh. 7.5% crit chance. Oh, spear cost reduction. Lucky hit chance. Cooldown reduction. You got all the little doojanks on there, don't you?
Got all the little doojanks.
All the little doojanks.
And I got a +3 on Envenom on my amulet.
That's nice for the poison.
60% more damage, more crit damage.
Mm-hmm.
At rank 6.
Mm-hmm. You're doing a poison build?
Well, I mean, I poison everything, but my poison is very, very weak. It's just enough to make them poisoned.
Ah.
So I can use the damage reduction versus poisoned enemies. Damage to poisoned enemies.
What's left, you ask?
I'm lightning.
Well, I've been using the Envenom, but I use it because my character's built around poison. I'm not really sure you even need Envenom if you're not gonna scale it. I feel like I think Envenom is one of those things where if you're not gonna scale poison damage, you're probably better off just putting those points somewhere else.
Well, hold on.
So your how much damage the poison does doesn't have anything to do with the slowing effect or the damage reduction.
Envenom is
The crit multi.
I do 60% more critical damage against poisoned enemies. But I've only got 1 in Toxic Claws.
Oh yeah.
So I just do 8% damage poison with like, lightning, everything that I do.
Well, I mean, it's yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. That's definitely nice. It's nice. It's nice to have that. So you got what, 60% total?
60% bonus crit damage at rank 6. I mean, and that's what rank it is.
I was misremembering. I thought it was specifically to do with the poison.
6-3. No, just crit damage against poisoned enemies.
All right, let's go play with my Barbarian.
I need some boots.
Barbara. Finding good boots is important.
I need some boots with movement speed.
Penitent Greaves.
I have some Penitent Greaves, but I don't know if I really need the spirit cost reduction, the total armor while in werewolf form.
I mean, if you're not going to be in werewolf form all the time, it's not really worth it to go with the armor while in a form.
Well, I use the...
It's been my experience that it's just kind of... If you're in that form a lot, then yeah, it's good. If you're not in that form all the time, then no, it's not really as amazing.
Well, I use the rampaging werebeast.
The rampaging werebeast? So you're pretty much always in your were form?
Yeah, and then I have dire wolf.
Well, there you go. Well, yeah, then it's going to be super helpful.
All my skills, since I have the Tempest Roar or werewolf skills.
I need time.
Now, if I get the Mad Wolf armor, then I would always be in werewolf form.
I can take gold.
Well, unless you're using one of your non-werewolf skills. It still pulls you out whenever you use a non-werewolf skill.
It says all my skills are werewolf skills.
Like, do you use Earth and Bulwark?
No.
Okay. Well, I guess
Lightning
not, then.
Storm is core shapeshifting, storm channeled werewolf nature magic. Wind Shear, same thing. Basic shapeshifting, storm, werewolf nature magic.
Because you got Tempest Roar.
Uh-huh.
And what are you using? Old staff, or you using the crone staff too?
No. No, I'm using just a ancestral mace for the more overpower damage whenever it hits. That's got the rampaging werebeast on it, and then the totem the rune workers conduit.
Let's go to a dungeon. To a dungeon. We can meet your fellow man in the dungeon.
I got a Mercy's Reach, 34.
I don't think I'm capable of 34. Scary. That's scary.
I got a 31.
I'm a level 66. I'm a little lowbie. I'm just a little baby.
Dungeon.
Minions take almost 0 damage from elite AoE effects now. It's crazy. I just tested. They took almost no damage at all from both fire and lightning so far. Yeah, the main effects that were killing them was the explosive, the lightning tower or whatever, and Balrog breath. Apparently, they were doing like way too much damage to the minions or something. So the minions were just constantly dying anytime those affixes were available, and apparently not so much anymore. Alright, so this is the 76 dungeon. I guess we're gonna find out if I got what it takes. Do you got what it takes? I don't know. Maybe so.
78.
76 for me.
I must wait.
I don't know. Maybe you're special.
I'm 78.
Oh. Well, I didn't pick the dungeon for you, Chunks. Explodey. Man, the density increase is definitely noticeable. It is 100% noticeable. I can tell there's a lot more monsters in here.
This is crazy.
Have you been noticing too? It's just like every dungeon you go into is oh, okay. There's a lot of monsters in there. It's a little scary.
I need more time.
Come here. Kick you in the face.
I gotta gamble on that Druid. I forgot to do that. And go back on my Necro.
Stop being rude.
I need time to do that.
What was that?
Garp Sundrels basically got buffed with the density increase. Please grab all the monsters.
Well, I mean, I'm feeling it with the steel grasp too, which is pretty amazing. I don't know how the hell I have 3 charges. I thought steel grasp had only had 2 charges.
No, it has. There's a choice for an extra charge.
Yeah, maybe that's what I chose.
And then the unique gives it extra chains, so you grip more monsters per cast.
More chainy chains.
Is
it
I
really?
don't think it's worth using.
Is it really like this? Because I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, it seems like I grab everything with the regular version.
Well, it's just more chains. Like, I think it's like 3 or 4 chains by default, and then I think it adds like 2 more or 3 more.
I tell you, being able to grab all the monsters and pull them together is scary sometimes. Because there's a lot of monsters, and when you pull them all together, you're like, oh, there's a lot of monsters standing there.
Yeah, it could be a good or a bad thing, for sure.
Exactly. And then they have Death Pulse. Death Pulse!
And your damage reduction at least works now.
I must wait.
I love it on the Necro, though, because the Bone Prison is just trapping them all, giving me Fortify.
I'm noticing that the ground-based effects aren't as deadly anymore. Are you noticing that?
Yeah.
So you remember in the patch notes they said something about apparently the close distance. I can't remember what the other modifier was, but some of the damage reduction modifiers apparently were not applying to ground-based effects. Apparently after the monster had died.
Right.
It said post-death. So if the monster put like an explosion on the ground and then you killed it. Apparently your close and other like DR modifiers weren't applying to the explosion because the monster was dead.
Yeah, they were just hitting that much harder.
And so the explosions were hitting really hard if you killed the monster. And it kind of makes sense if you think about it in a certain kind of like messed up way. Is that, well, okay, so if the monster's dead, then he's no longer close or distant to you, right? Because he's dead. He's gone. So, of course, the close and distant modifiers wouldn't apply anymore because the monster's not on the field of battle anymore. And I would assume that the only way that they would be able to fix that is to make the monsters kind of persist for a couple seconds after they die so that their close and distant modifiers would still apply.
I mean, it's not even just close and distant. Like, damage reduction while the enemy's poisoned or bleeding probably wouldn't work either. Like,
exactly.
Major ones wouldn't work.
So a lot of the DR that we had wasn't affecting post-death explosions. So it was punishing you for being efficient, essentially. So if you were an efficient killer and you killed all the monsters really quickly, well, then you weren't getting the effect. I think that might also explain why Death Pulse was so nasty, because Death Pulse was after the monster was dead.
Yep.
Now I want to go get a Death Pulse one and check it out. Chunks, you're up, buddy.
I have a Mercy's Reach, and it is Death Pulse.
You are up, Chunks.
I'll be there in a little bit. I gotta gamble on my Druid. I forgot to do that. Some max syllables.
Not ready yet.
Well, I gotta say that I'm fighting monsters that are, what am I, 66, and these are level 76, so they're 10 levels higher than me. And it feels pretty good. It feels good. I mean, obviously this isn't like a ridiculously high dungeon or anything, but the monster density is a lot higher. Compared to what it felt like before, it was very sad. It was, I was very sad. I wanted to cry. I wanted to just cry my eyebrows out. Now it actually feels good. The Barbarian feels like fun. I like the density increase. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily just a density increase. The monsters are also more deadly because of it, which I think is really fun. I think that's part of the fun here. Like in Diablo 3, there was a lot of density, but in Diablo 3, the monsters never really felt very challenging. Or you were just dead. Like, there was no in-between with Diablo 3, from what I remember. It was either the monster is ridiculously easy, and you can kill it by sneezing on it, or the monster is so difficult that he one-shotted you with a fart that wasn't even aimed in your direction. And I never really felt like there was any in between with Diablo 3. It was either die a horrible, painful death, or wow, this is easy. I'm just mashing my face on the keyboard. I mean, legit, there were times where I felt like I could just literally just pick up the keyboard and just mash it, and just that's how I would play.
I bet Kubus could play it now.
Kubus could play it?
I bet he could. Just set the keyboard down the floor, let him sit on it.
You might not get back up, though.
In the dungeon.
That's right, in the dungeon. Where you can meet your fellow Blue Jay in the dungeon. Well, so much for extra HP on the bosses. I'm pretty sure I just annihilated him from existence. Some of the effects on the boots are not going to change. You have to go find new versions, according to what they said. So you have to actually go find new versions, MDA. That's what they talked about. Is that some of the stats are not going to change on the existing items. You have to go find new versions of those items to get the changes.
Yeah, I think they just created a whole new item and not modified an existing one.
I mean, that's standard fanfare when it comes to ARPGs. You'll have old versions of the items that remain around for many, many patches. Back in Diablo 2, there used to be extremely valuable versions of older items. Now the old 1.07, 1.03, like 1.04 versions of items, like it was pretty. If you had those items, it was a big deal. I think some of those original items were worth thousands of dollars. Basically, they're not taking them from you, though, so.
What do you think of that ring?
If you like it, then you better put a ring on it.
No.
Why can't we put a ring on it?
Ring.
A ring on it.
So what do you think of that ring? Low item power,
Gotta
but
put a ring on it. I haven't, sorry. Eternity's Revenge. I mean, if you
it's
need
too
lucky,
low, isn't it?
if you need lucky hit chance, not bad.
It's
No,
too low item power though. Isn't
No, it's not. You can. The only thing is that the rolls on it are going to change. So that 10% vulnerable damage, that 12% crit strike, and that 4.5% lucky hit, they're all going to re-roll when you upgrade it. So you're
it?
gonna.
Are they gonna go to 7.5 on the crit chance? If it was...
Yes, it's when it hits the breakpoint. So when it hits the breakpoint, what it's going to do is it's going to re-roll all the affixes with new values, and then it's going to upgrade them to the higher tier. So you're going to have to upgrade that 5 times to its maximum upgrade to find out what it's going to be. You may want to re-roll that overpower to something else.
Yeah, but I mean the
But yeah,
704, is it going to have the same max rolls on upgraded 5 times in vulnerable damage and crit damage as, say, 795?
so normally when you upgrade an item, it retains the value that's there. So if 12%, if it was at 12.5% crit strike damage, then when you upgrade it, it's going to go to the cap on the next value. So whatever the next one is, what is the cap on crit strike damage? It's 15%. So 15% is, oh, that's, why is that ring not upgraded all the way? Oh, I'm still using a sacred. Where's one of my
Basically, that's what I'm asking, is just the fact that it ancestral, does that put it on the same rolls?
No.
Min and max?
No, it's an item breakpoint thing. So 725 is the last breakpoint, and once you pass that breakpoint by upgrading the item, then it becomes in the final rolls. You have to upgrade it though to find out what it's going to be. It's going to re-roll all the affixes when it hits 725, and it's going to get new values.
So upgrade it and then roll the overpower?
Well, you want to roll the overpower now, but because it's going to be cheaper.
Okay, well.
But you don't even know whether it's going to be a good ring until after you upgrade it 5 times.
We'll do this first. That's your death pulse.
Oh yeah, what tier is it? 8 million? 34. I'm gonna get one shot anyway.
If you do a level 80 item, it's still gonna make the aspect require level 80, right? It's gonna upgrade. Like, it's gonna have that same issue.
Yeah, that's why I've been hanging on to the sacred versions, because the sacreds are capped at 60.
Okay.
It's so every time I find a sacred ancestral, I always eyeball it real good and see if I want to hang on to it for an extract, because that way it'll be stuck at level 60 and I won't have to. I can at least use it on other characters. Oh god, level 88 quill rats. Why are you guys so mean?
Not ready yet. Not ready yet.
Woo. I haven't even messed around with the death pulse yet. I'm too scared.
Just go in there. And
Oh, what?
I need more time.
I mean, one death pulse did do a pretty considerable amount of my HP and damage, but I mean, it's not like it was a one-shot like some of them have been before.
It's also 21 levels higher than you.
Yeah. I definitely would say that the death pulses are being affected by DR now. How does something like that even make it past QC?
Oh no, not this.
I don't understand. If you really think about it, it's just one of a long list of things which just constantly we just keep finding out, like, oh look, another game-breaking bug that was in there that we didn't know about. Oh look, another one. It's not even a surprise at this point when somebody finds a game-breaking bug. It's more just like, it's like, oh yeah, you know, we expect that. Don't worry about that. Don't open that door. Don't open that door. That's the game-breaking bug door. Don't open that door. It would crack me up because they made this gem that gives you protects you against resource drain, and then it didn't work against the nightmare sigil. In the patch notes, they were like, "We made it so that the resource drain gem works against the nightmare sigil now."
And then they removed it.
And I'm like, it didn't work against the nightmare sigil. Why? It makes no sense. That's like the one resource drain that was the nastiest in the entire game, and it just didn't work against that one. The one thing that you would actually probably want to use it against. Because if you think about it logically, that slot is actually pretty nasty, the one that the resource drain sometimes ends up in. And if you could completely cancel out the resource drain, then you could just, whenever you get a resource drain one, you would just run that one and just be like, okay, well, I don't care, I've got 100, because I think the tier 5 one is 100% protection against resource drain, so it just doesn't even affect you. I heard that that gem actually works against Ramalodni's Magnum Opus, though. It prevents the resource drain from Ramalodni's from affecting you.
That's pretty nice. It's a good combo.
I need to get a new one of those anyways.
Especially if you're using that.
A Ramalodni's?
Yep.
Didn't matter much for your build because you're using a basic skill, but I can see that being very useful for a Fury spending build to try to keep their Fury going.
Oh, I'm trying to keep all my Fury up. That's how my build works. It's a Fury spending build, so I'm not really just a basic Barb. I really do utilize my kicks a lot to burn all my resource whenever I can. So I'm just constantly burning that resource all the time.
That room is just scary.
Spicy? Spicy and scary? Scary and spicy?
Always scary and spicy.
I need more time.
Mixin says they fixed some memory bug, running 16 gigabytes now. Was running about 20 before the patch with the stream open. Oh yes, there is a noticeable, marked difference in monster density, for sure. 100%. I feel like everybody has noticed it. It's definitely made the dungeons a little bit more difficult, a little bit more spicy. But I think that's a good thing. Going into the rooms, sometimes you'd go into rooms in the dungeons and there was just nothing in the rooms, and you'd just be like, okay. Boobus, what's the matter? What time is it? 3 o'clock. I think I drug him in here early in the morning. He's probably got to go peppadoodles. Why are you looking at me like that?
You said the word.
He said, did you say the word? I don't know, Phil. I don't know. He didn't say it. That me specific. I was watching this video online. Apparently, this lady went on vacation, and she got a dog sitter to watch the dog, and the dog wouldn't eat because she wouldn't say the word. Apparently, she had a special release word to let the dog know it was okay to eat, and she actually said the word, but she didn't say it with the right inflection. Like, she didn't say it the same way that the owner did, so the dog wouldn't eat. So it was just sitting there in front of the bowl drooling, and the dog wouldn't eat any food.
That's I don't know.
Apparently the release word was okay, but instead of just being okay, it was like okay or something. Like, you had to say it like in a high pitched squealy voice or something, and the dog was waiting.
I feel like it's a very bad thing if the owner died or something. No one knew. Dog's just gonna starve to death. Like, come on.
I would assume eventually the dog would give in.
What did I get? Storm's Companion. What?
Oh, the pants.
The pants. I don't want the pants. I want the dang armor.
Greetings, minion.
So, a storm skill cooldown, is that like my alt if I used it? The Calamity or whatever it's called?
Any storm skill, yeah. So hurricane, cyclone,
Let's go Peppadoodles real quick. I'll be back.
calamity, all of them. If it has a storm tag and has a cooldown, it's reducing that cooldown.
Well, Lightning Storm is channeled, so.
That's not, yeah, it's not a cooldown, that's a core skill. That's based on spirit. Evulsion. Which one's Evulsion? Oh, increase critical strike damage. Oh, that's ooh. Nice.
So does critical strike damage with werewolf skills, which is everything, since I'm wearing the helm, and critical just regular, those like stack?
it's a different crit multi. So think of it this way. I think the best way to explain it to you would be damage to close and damage to crowd controlled, as an example. It's like, you know how those are additive to each other?
Yeah.
So the crit ones are additive within the crit pool, and then it multiplies against other stuff. It's basically within the crit pool. They called them buckets at the original when they're trying to explain it. You can think of it as a bucket, you can think of it as a pool. Just you're building one set of numbers to multiply against another set. It winds up actually, I think, being worse than having raw crit damage, because the raw crit damage gets increased by like the venom and a lot of other things, like on the Paragon board, where that specific crit doesn't get multiplied unless you're using like there's an aspect on the Druid that does the Earth one. It multiplies the Earth one for you, but there's like different cases. I mean, it's not a bad stat by any means.
But I mean, for me, I would be better off rolling for just flat crit damage instead of critical strike damage with werewolf skills.
I mean, what else is on the item? I mean, you might want to keep that and just reroll something else.
Lucky hit, vulnerable. I'm rolling the overpower. It's got lucky hit, vulnerable, overpower, and crit strike damage. And I'm rolling the overpower.
Oh yeah, so I mean, what you got is way better than overpower. But yeah, you would probably want raw crit over that if you had the choice, but it's better than nothing. It's definitely better.
That's only the first roll, so
I mean,
just one of the options.
It's a good option.
I didn't pick it. Damage to distant. Lightning damage. Everything I do. And damage to distant on the skill tree, that nature's reach or whatever.
Yeah, that just multiplies.
Does that multiply with damage to distant on items
on your
too?
Yes, that's what that does. So like if you had 100% damage to distant from your items, and then you had that stat, it would increase that by a multiple of 12.
What increase what by a multiple of 12?
The Death's Reach.
Yeah. That's what I was telling him the other day about close and distant. Is you gotta stack distant to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, I have no distant right now, so I don't even spec into that.
So like, for instance, the rogue. You know how the rogue has a lot of close on her daggers and things like that. So if you use 2 daggers, you get a lot of close, and then you can grab some close from other different things. If she grabs her close multiplier, which I think she has one too, right? Can't remember off the top of my head. But that'll multiply all that close damage, because she's got so much that comes from the daggers, just alone. And then you can stack it from some other sources as well.
Came apart nicely.
Nice, a nearly perfect attack speed one. I'll have to take that off real quick and throw it on my amulet.
Y'all want to run another one?
Yeah. Let's run another one.
Sure.
I've got a 34.
Well, I did just fine in the last one, so...
Good fortune that is.
That guy's gonna be fast.
Yes, 1.1111 is out. 1.111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111
The Legion event for 4 minutes. Y'all want to hit that first? It's right by the dungeon.
I'm gonna be so fast now. Do the speed of my neck as well.
Ow, I was just AFK here by the dungeon, you douche. I have not tested temerity yet. I'm still having fun with this density increase in the dungeons. Also testing out the whole like post-death stuff, which honestly the post-death stuff seems like a powerful survivability fix. You remember a while back when I was talking about this and I was like, there's just way too many ground-based effects and they do way too much damage, you know what I mean? And like here we are, come to find out they were doing way too much damage, and I was totally intuiting correctly that they were doing way too much damage. It just didn't seem accurate. I feel like there's so many things that we didn't really have evidence of, but we were talking about them. Like, we knew it was an issue. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not ready yet.
I think the ground-based effects applying the DR is a bigger fix than just about anything else. The survivability of my character feels insanely higher, just simply from the fact that I'm not getting nuked into oblivion by every single ground-based effect anymore. And the consistency. I think that's really where things have changed, is that the consistency of the ground-based effects wasn't the same. So you know how say I don't know, mortars. Let's say a monster had mortars, right?
Snap.
So let's say you got hit by the mortars and you didn't get hurt, right? Or you didn't get killed or whatever. So you thought you could tank the mortars. Then you kill the monster who is firing the mortars, and as soon as you kill the monster that's firing the mortars kill you, right? So there was an inconsistency there between when you were getting hit by the effect before they died and when you were getting hit by the effect after they died. And there was we didn't really know that what was going on, but there was definitely an inconsistency in the damage output that the effects were doing, to the point where it made the fighting feel just random. Like there was no rhyme or reason to why you were dying.
Well, I just gained 30% more crit damage.
I need more time.
Nice.
Those guys just died.
I pulled him in and kicked him in the face. It was glorious. That's what they deserve. They're demons. They don't deserve anything better.
I'm not ready yet.
That guy's big. We got Avenger on this one?
Yeah.
He was monstrous. I mean, I did a couple dungeons on my Druid. I did a couple dungeons on my Barbarian. I gotta say, the changes are very good. A lot better than I thought. I mean, I didn't consider everything, I guess, or I just didn't really realize how ridiculous some of these little bugs are that they fixed. Welcome to pre-beta. We finally made it into closed beta, guys. We finally made it into closed beta. Don't worry, we'll be out of closed beta in no time. Don't you worry about it. We're progressing quickly. We'll make it to open beta eventually.
I need time to do that.
My little kick Barbarian is kind of crazy. I like the bleeds and the kicks together. It seems to work pretty well. I like using the basic skill to build and then the kick to just destroy.
Kick is super fun.
Well, there's a nice little like combo going here too, because I've got the aspect that gives me a huge damage bonus whenever I use whenever I spend 100 Fury. So I spend 100 Fury and my next weapon mastery skill is increased by 96%. So as soon as I kick, bam, there's my 100 Fury right there, and then I use Rupture and it just annihilates anything that's left alive. It's a great little combo. They'd probably work even better with Deathblow though.
I need more time.
Look at all that yummy gold.
I know. I'll be picking it up. Or you could be like Hackman and you could just walk by the gold. Who needs that gold? Don't pick that gold up. You leave that gold on the ground. It's useless. That's useless
I need
gold.
more time.
Oh, is that one real dumb streamer that said gold was worthless?
Absolutely, he said it was worthless and he doesn't even bother to pick it up.
I need time.
Isn't that the guy that never made it to World Tier 3?
Yeah.
It's the guy that said everyone was on copium because, you know, the campaign wasn't the end game or something like that.
But he didn't read any of the dialogue.
Oh yeah, he told us that. He didn't read any of the dialogue and skipped the cutscenes.
I don't know about you, but I thought that guy was like the smartest man alive.
Oh yeah, really? That's and
Yeah.
high big brain?
Yeah. Yeah.
The biggest of brains. The biggest. This game will be perfect just around the time D5 is announced. Oh man. It would be less funny if it I mean, actually it would be more funny if it weren't so true. You give this game about 2 years and you'll be surprised with what it is in 2 years compared to today. But their question is do you want to give it 2 years?
I'll work on that later.
Just set a timer. There you go. Set a timer for 2 years. Come back in 2 years and check and see.
Hey, the storm shifters aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Does that apply to like all my skills while using Tempest
Can't
Roar?
protect you.
What
So
is,
like when I activate my hurricane, does that make my lightning storm go up 2 more levels too?
Yeah, any storm skill. Is that
Well,
the one that says when your hurricane's active, you get +2 to
Plus
your
your
My
shape-shifting?
shape-shifting skills.
Yeah.
So if
To
you
werewolf.
so if you've converted your storm skills into shape-shifting skills, then then that yes, then your shape-shifting will give bonus to the skills that have been converted.
See, I'm wearing them, but I didn't know if it was
It's the same thing for the
actually helping me.
for the Mad Wolf's Glee. So the Mad Wolf Glee gives +4, so you'll get +4 to your storm skills if you've converted them.
Nice.
Well, they already told us that they're not going to add any classes that already existed anymore. They're done with that. So, there's not going to be any Crusader, no Witch Doctor, no Monk, no Wizard,
No Paladin.
no Paladin.
Good.
What do you mean good?
I mean, the hammers are
Everyone
coming.
says, "Oh, Paladin's going to be the next class." Like, I don't think it is.
I need more time.
Yeah, D6 won't have any stash tabs. You're just gonna have to carry everything around virtually, and it's gonna it's no
Go
stash
back
tabs.
to classic D2.
You just get a backpack and that's it.
Your stash is going to be what it was in D2, the original D2.
The original D2 stash.
Yes.
So just a box.
A box.
Speaking of cool boxes, in Baldur's Gate 3, there's this box I found. It's called the Chest of the Mundane or something like that. Coolest thing I've seen. Basically, anything you put into the chest, doesn't matter what it is, just turns into like a random piece of junk. So it turns into like a plate or a cup or a spoon or something stupid like that. And and when you take it out, it turns back into whatever it was supposed to be. So when you open the chest and you look inside, all you see is a bunch of junk inside the chest, and it's got to be the silliest thing ever, because I opened up the chest and saw the junk inside, and I'm like, I don't want that junk. It's a bunch of copper plates and like bronze spoons, and I don't want that junk. Like a mug in there. And I took out the mug, and it turned into a spell. And I took out the other thing, and it turned into a gold ingot, and I'm like, what the hell? So I took it with me. Actually, I picked up the chest and put it in my inventory. It was like 40 pounds. My dude was encumbered the whole way trying to come back to town to take it back to my stash. When did they say no new classes? It was during one of the campfire meetings, I think. I can't remember which one. They said they were talking about it, and they said something about that they weren't going to be adding any existing classes, that everything going forward was going to be all new. That's what they said. I mean, somebody correct me if I misquoted them, but I'm pretty sure that's what they said.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait.
I mean, honestly, though, let's be perfectly honest. If they did add a paladin into the game, they would bring a lot of people on board. There's a lot of people I know for a fact they don't want to buy the game because there's no paladin.
I must wait.
They're like, if they add a paladin, maybe I'll get it.
Because one game had a paladin.
Hey. What's wrong with the paladin?
I didn't say it wasn't the greatest one that had the paladin, but still, one game had a paladin.
I mean, just because Diablo 3 didn't have a paladin, that doesn't mean nothing. We don't count Diablo 3. We've removed that one from the annals of history.
Diablo 1 didn't have a paladin either.
Diablo 1 didn't have a lot of things.
Exactly. So I say one game had a paladin.
That is the most basic version. We got warrior, wizard, sorcerer. We got sorcerer and a rogue. And the rogue just shot a bow. That was her whole thing. I have a bow. She got a bow. She get any skills? No. She got a bow. What can you do? I can shoot arrows. I can shoot arrows really fast.
She could disarm traps.
I mean,
Big
yeah.
locks.
Yeah. It's not very fancy.
I need time to do that.
Swinging my sword, just a swinging my sword, just a chopping that wood, just a swinging my sword. I don't really care what you want from me, cause I'm just swinging my sword.
I need time to do that.
Swinging. Old items do update a little bit, but not all the way. No, you're gonna have to find a new one to get the fully upgraded version. Updated version. That way, if you liked it as it was before, now you have those pre-patch versions.
You'd be like, oh yeah, well I got a pre-patch version of such and such.
I need time to do that.
I got an 08 Valor.
08 Valor.
That's right.
Let's wait.
And some Armageddon slippers.
Yeah, you're dead. Just fall down.
Can't wait to do my Sorc as my next character.
You're gonna be a tanker god.
Time to do that.
I'm gonna definitely do Chain Lightning. We'll bring the thunder back.
I got thunder. What's wrong with my thunder?
I love my Druid's thunder and lightning, but I want to test the Sorc.
Will you get out my face? Rude. How dare you steal my guy? My guy.
My God. Talking about my hostage. My hostage.
Because vulnerable damage is what everybody wants.
Can I help you?
It's a multiplier, and the other things are not. Which they replaced all stats on it, right? That's a good change.
What is this in my stash?
Cody, what are you whining for? What are you looking at out there? The world? Is your mama out there? Man, I saw the saddest thing in Baldur's Gate 3. So, I finally saved the day, killed all the goblins, you know. Destroyed the goblin village, took out the goblin leadership, you know, rescued Halcyon. Basically saved the day, you know. And also made it so that the people could actually leave the village in safety. And so they throw a party, right? Everybody's drinking, everybody's dancing, they're excited, you know, the goblin threat is gone, and they're just enjoying and reveling in the day. One guy's sitting over in a corner all by himself. I go and talk to him, right? And he's just like, I don't know how everybody can celebrate. I don't know how everybody can do this stuff. He goes, celebrating doesn't bring anybody back. He goes, they're dead, and us drinking and hooting and hollering isn't going to bring them back. And he's like, I'm going to sit over here and protest, and I'm not going to have any fun, basically is what he said. And I'm just like, who lives like that? Like, you can't just be sad every single day of your life. That's not how life works. Like, sometimes you just got to have fun. We live for the good times. We don't live for the bad times. This boy lives for the bad times. He's like, I'm always going to be sad. He goes, you can't make me be happy. He goes, even when everybody's happy around me and we're all dancing and laughing and having fun, he goes, I'm not going to because I'm just going to be sad every day of my life. I was like, dang. Just be sad every day of your life then. I'm not going to do that.
You don't have access to Shifting City yet?
I guess not.
Nope.
Did it yell at me? Well, you can always hear. Just take leadership and then it doesn't matter. And then it'll be your world with your strongholds.
Living in your world.
And then I can steal the waypoint. It's pretty good. The patch is pretty good.
I need more time.
I need more time. And I'm gonna go. Cause I need that waypoint now. I need more time. Cause the doggy, he doesn't want to rhyme.
Cody, can I ask you some serious questions? Some serious questions. Number one, why does drool leak out of your mouth all the time? Like, sometimes it's not just a little bit either. It's like whole big long strings of drool come out. Why you walk away?
You say, you being rude.
Don't like you very much today. Feeling to me, I don't like you. I see we got some death impulses.
Yeah, I was trying to sneak Evan in on you.
Well, I want to test that out, so. Haha.
Well, you already tested it. I was just trying to blow you up.
Oh, I'm gonna test it even more. We need to thoroughly test. We are a thoroughly testers.
Well, we need to find a really big pack. Lead them all on your head.
If I get like multi-stomped, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm still gonna die. Like that.
You can take it.
Oh god, I can't. These guys are high level.
We need an event.
He just likes to torture me, guys. Junk's just a torturer.
His favorite.
We're not ready yet.
You know, these skeletons don't bleed very good. It might have something to do with the fact that they don't have a lot of blood, but I don't think that's it. Because you can get blood from a stone. You just gotta squeeze it hard enough.
I'm not ready yet. need time to do that.
Yeah, the mob density is majorly changed. You know what's funny is if they had a, I don't know.
Not ready yet.
I feel like the pieces of the puzzle kind of like all fit together eventually. That the changes they make are kind of making sense over a long period of time. But I'd be danged if none of them made any sense to begin with, though.
Not ready yet. I need more time.
I saw that werewolf show up. You and your OP bone spears.
I need time to do that.
Dang it.
Just happened. All my fury filled up.
I need more time.
Soul shot.
I need time to do that.
Opus the monster doge. The monster doge. Ow.
Not ready yet. I need time.
You know, I don't want to play hardcore, but if I was ever gonna play hardcore, I think it would be on this patch. And then I die. But but I don't know, it just the monster damage feels less random and more what's the term I'm looking for? Predictable? Predictable. You actually kind of know what's coming. And yeah, if you die, it's your fault, but before it felt a lot less predictable. It was very difficult to determine exactly what kind of damage you were going to take at any given time because you didn't really know. And we dealt with that big pack of monsters fairly easily.
I can aim pretty far away.
Dude, my kick is insane. You see me kicking all these monsters and they just, the whole pack died in like one hit? It's beautiful. It brings a tear to the eye.
Not ready yet.
I'm a Kickatron 5000. Kickatron, Kickatron, Kickatron.
I need time to do that.
Density on a scale of 1 to 10? I mean...
37.
Yeah, 37. He got it right. Let me in! Stop keeping me out of the fight. Rude. I want to fight. I want to fight too.
Breeze of the Empty Tomb.
Cody, what are you rooting for over there?
Fist of Fate.
Very good. No cap, Tom. Very good. I think you are going to be very dense indeed.
I need time to do that.
I think we're on lead level density at this point.
Ah, a warrior. How may I serve?
Oh wow. A perfect bold chieftain's ring.
I ought to get a Deathless Visage or a Lidless Eye by now, or Wall.
Deathless was a little more rare. It's not a common drop.
Plenty worth keeping.
I only found like 3 or 4 of those on my Necromancer leveling up.
Yeah.
And that was like the entire time. That was the entire time I played. I'm sure you'll find one. It's going to take you a little bit of time. It's not as rare as Tempest Roar, though. So I'm sure you'll find one eventually. I have not found a Lidless yet, but I also haven't played on my Necromancer since the patch. The great nerfing patch. Have I tested Sorceress yet? No, I haven't tested the Sorceress yet. A lot of her stuff is in the Paragon board, and it's going to require some Paragon board respecking, do jankery. That one's going to take some time.
I'm going to do one on New Character Day, whenever we decide to do that.
Do I have this build somewhere? Sort of-ish when I originally did my theory craft, but I've changed it a bunch since then. So it's not really the same as it was. Oh no. I killed about 10,000 monsters and death pulsed myself. I mean, it was like 20 or 30 monsters all at one time, and then I death pulse died. I mean, it's still nasty if you get hit by 30 of them.
And your character is also level 68.
Hey. Don't be talking bad about my boy here.
Oh, you're just going to get way more health, and then these mobs are also level 89, so I assume the explosion hits harder at level 89.
Well, that's one thing that's really weird is how the health grows. Have you noticed that there's a certain level where it's like you just all of a sudden you just start getting massive amounts of health per level?
Yeah.
But it doesn't happen until a certain point. So up until a certain point, you just have no life, and there's pretty much nothing you can do about it. And then like magic, all of a sudden, all the monsters, you know, your health starts to go up by drastic amounts per level. I ran out of potions.
Poor little fella.
Poor little fella, yeah. Poor little me. Poor little me. I see you channeling lightning, Thor.
I do have a hammer.
I seen it. There was a guy up here. That's what I was coming up here to do, and I clicked on the prisoner and got myself killed.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
What's this? Greed Shrine?
I need time to do that.
Oh, everything died so fast. I didn't even have a chance to hit anything.
Sorry.
How dare you? Oh, there's another prisoner up here.
Time to do that.
Bless you. Wouldn't have made it without you.
I need more time.
Travel to the Chamber of Purging.
Oh,
Are you gonna purge?
I guess we all are.
About to purge.
Who doesn't love a good purge? Well, these guys are 89.
Ethan Hawke.
Ready yet?
No wonder I'm having trouble. There you go, bleed to death. And nobody like you anyway. Did you guys purge the chamber yet?
We're in there.
I need time to do that. need more time.
I need more time. And I tell you now. Tell you what you want. I need more time.
I need more time. I need more time.
You were chewing on something over there. And you brought me your kitty, and that's not what you were chewing on. What were you chewing on over there? It was not Mr. Kittums. It was not Mr. Kittums. Mm-hmm. 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 Mr. Kittums Supreme. Dang, it's legendaries all over the place. Chest armor over here. Helmet over here.
Not ready yet. I need more time.
You know, that's why this character felt so weak before, Leon. Now that I think about it. What's one of the things that you rely on the most on these bleed characters and things like that, and the poison characters? Damage while poisoned, damage while bleeding, close damage because you're a melee character, right? This character felt extremely weak, no matter how much damage reduction I stacked, and now all of a sudden he's feeling strong as all get out. That's got to be it.
I mean, you can definitely make him super tanky.
I need more time.
Well, I mean, if I was focusing on some of the other ones, the ones that weren't damage reductions that were while the monster's alive, apparently. But now the damage reduction is applying even after the monster dies, so... Is this literally the capstone boss? Oh, ancestral boots. Like, yeah, penitence or 100,000 steps? 100,000 steps. Yeah, there's the new 100,000 steps. So they changed it to charges instead. So there's the new one with the 3 ranks of ground stomp and the movement speed. They're not bad now that they changed out those 2 things. So now that they got the +2 max evade charges and the 13% movement speed, it's actually not a bad little dojank there. I'm not using Walking Arsenal though, so it doesn't really help me very much. But
I wish the cooldown was lower than every 30 seconds.
yeah, it'd probably be better if it wasn't a little bit less than that.
I got your favorite chest, the Blood Artisan.
I saw. I mean, I wanted to make a Necromancer around that chest. I never really did get to finish it though. Just another character that I want to make. Didn't get to finish.
It's a good thing. Keeps you coming back to play.
Going to Baldur's Gate 3.
And then when you come back after you're bored of Baldur's Gate, then you create the characters you want to play.
You figured me out. You figured me out. How did you know?
I don't know.
My secret.
You can still use these.
Oh Lord, somebody made a female druid and named her Roseanne. No. Why'd I do that? Codems. Codems, you want 2 fingers up your nostril hairs? Your big nose is big enough, I could probably squeeze them in there. Why you side-eyeing me? Why you side-eye? Come here. Come get us. I gave you french fries this morning. Least you could do is let me shove my fingers up your nose. Come here. He said no. Come here. Come here. Come here, let me get you. Put you in a headlock and twist your head off like this. Now cut your nose. You know what I'm going to do to it? You know what I'm going to do to your nose? That's right. I gave it a kiss. And then I'm going to knock on it like that. And back you up. Kapsh, kapsh. So let me see if I can explain this to you guys because everybody's so curious. The original item that you have is not going to change entirely, but it will change somewhat. So the special effect at the bottom, the after gaining final damage bonus from walking arsenal, that is considered the special unique effect. That will change on the items if they change that. So if they change that at all for your item, that will change. But they said that the effects above that will not change at all. So you have to go find a new version to get the above effect changes. That's how they explained it. Like for instance, Fields of Crimson, they changed the unique effect. So it was changed to 20 times increased bleeding damage on the Fields of Crimson. That change did come through to mine. However, they also changed the Rupture cooldown reduction. They took that away and they changed it into, I think it was crit damage. And as you can see, mine is not changed. I would like to get my hands on a Fields of Crimson that has the new crit damage, because that's nice. I wouldn't say throw them away. Pre-patch versions can sometimes be worth lots of money. It's kind of hard to explain, but back in the old days, 1.08 had, in Diablo 2, there was patch 1.08 had all these really amazing items in them. And then patch 1.09 came and changed them all. But the uniques from previous in patch 1.08 were still there. And anybody who held on to their original 1.08, like Arcane's Valor and things like that, had an extremely valuable item. Now, granted, you can't trade any of the uniques, but still, I mean, there are specific items that will be more valuable now, not less valuable. It's just kind of how things work. They're almost like collector's items at this point. You're never going to find a 1.10 and before unique item. Again, those items are gone, and except for the people who have them right now, that's it. Nobody else has them, and they're not going to be found anymore. Only the new versions are going to be found. They're now legacy variants. Exactly. Which is kind of cool, in my opinion. Having legacy variants in the game makes it more like Diablo 2, in my opinion. Legacy variants was totally a thing in Diablo 2 and was around for a very long time. I think eventually the legacy variants did all disappear. It took a very long time, quite a large number of patches, people losing their accounts, all sorts of other things, but I think eventually they were completely wiped out.
I thought Italy still had some of the old stuff.
Some of the old stuff?
Yeah, he did a video not too long ago about like, extinct items.
Well, maybe he was using Hero Editor and had them pulled in.
No, he was logging in.
Oh.
Old D2.
Sounds like he had some of the extinct items then.
And some of the people in his little PvP community.
Yeah, I mean, they're extremely rare items these days.
Second.
I need more time.
I mean, .08 Arcane's Valor is just stupid anyway. That thing was way too good. I don't know what the developers were smoking when they thought that one up. Wasn't it like best in slot for pretty much every character just about because of how insane it was?
I need time to do that.
I mean, it was like +2 skills, had massive amount of hit points.
I must wait. I need more time.
Oh, you see that fire orb? Where the hell did that come from? Where are these fire orbs coming from? Is this a new modifier? Or is somebody making those? Are you guys seeing them?
I must wait.
They're like, it's like an orb that just kind of sits there and looks like lava.
I'm not ready yet.
Kind of rotating around inside of a globe.
I've seen them before.
I ain't never seen those before. Maybe I just never paid attention.
Not ready yet.
Had a cool sound effect too.
They don't have Baldur's Gate too much.
Hey, I'm going back. I'm running.
I need more time.
You can't make me stay. Not gonna can't make me. I can't stay on all day today. I gotta work tonight. It really makes me upset that
Need more time.
they have to do everything on a Tuesday. Why is it always on a Tuesday?
For me, it was Tuesday.
Always Tuesday, every single time. Tuesday is literally the night that I work night shift. I only really have one night shift, one big night shift essentially, and it's Tuesday night. So this is
Maybe
always.
they know
I think they do know. I think they do. I think they just do it on purpose, just to be mean. Specifically to me. They call up their friends and they giggle about it. They're like, "Yeah, Ginger Game Mentor was really tired. He had night shift. We saw him the next morning and he had big black circles under his eyes, like a football player, but without the makeup." And then they giggle.
Back here.
BG3 is okay at best. It's amazing. What are you kidding? Who you kidding, boy? Nobody jumped on BG3 despite Blizzard. I jumped on it because it's amazing.
The globe's back here on me.
What, you little hacker?
I need time to do that.
Well, I was back here killing stuff, and y'all just kept on going. See, look, there's a elite right here.
BG3 was okay at best. You shut your dirty hoe mouth. How about that?
Oh, baby.
So, was that video that went up in Discord, was that like... I'm hoping that was some kind of fake.
For what?
On the character creation of Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3? You mean the one where they got to choose their penis size?
Yes.
I don't know if that's real or not. I had the nudity turned off.
Okay.
Why?
Because I saw that and I was just like, come on, really? Please don't be real.
I mean, if somebody wants to choose their wiener size, what do you got?
No,
what do you got to do with it?
There's
Maybe they want to live out a fantasy, Chunks. Maybe they have a really small wiener, and maybe that's the only way they can feel strong about themselves.
Some parent's gonna get that game for their kid and get pissed.
I mean,
Yes.
There's just no need in that. There's really no need in that.
Well, I mean, they censor everything, but then they show all the blood and guts of every game, so...
You can take what's left.
You know, decapitating things and all this is okay, but nudity, oh no!
Well, CRPGs, Chunks, are kind of designed around having romance. So you could form a romance with their... I mean, in a lot of ways, they really are kind of romance games as well as the other. And they also usually have sex scenes. And you can't really have a sex scene without a wiener, so...
I need
Or boobs. Or anatomy of the sexual nature. It just kind of goes with the fanfare. A lot of those games have sex scenes. Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, 3, I think they all had sex scenes. Baldur's Gate 3 has sex scenes. I mean, Witcher, which is a very popular game, has sex scenes. There's a lot of games like that that have sex scenes in them, and they're usually romance that you have to go through the process of wooing the lady and bringing her roses and talking nice to her and everything. It's not like you can just walk up to a random person and just be like, "Do me, baby." Although some of the games do have like a whorehouse you could go to, but you got to pay for that.
I need more time.
Take it, baby.
Seems a little unnecessary for a video game. Unless it's, you know, like a mature.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it is mature
like
rated.
XXX.
I mean, it's got
Well,
nudity
like
in it, so...
Triple X.
The Triple X one's got hentai tentacles.
Yeah, if it was one
those are really bad. When I say a sex scene, Chunks, I'm talking about like a what you would see in a rated R movie. They don't show you anything special. It's not like they got cheeks clapping in there and like fluids flying all over the place. It's basically a rated R sex scene that you would see in a movie. It's
why do you have the option to pick your dong?
I don't even know if that's legitimate. That could be a mod for all I know. I haven't looked into that anyway. I would assume that people are modding the crap out of the game already because it's a very good game, and there's probably tons of mods. Usually revolving around class creation, but I'm sure there's a whole other section of people who are modding the other way. Yeah. Sigmatic, if you say one more negative thing, I don't even care what it's about. One more negative thing. Banned. That's it. I'm done reading your negative comments. Try me. Oh, Cyberpunk was even worse. First time I walked down the street in Cyberpunk, and this lady whipped out her dong and just started peeing on the wall.
Wait, did you say
What?
lady?
Yes, lady. And then she
I don't
and then
think
she
that
said
is a lady,
and then she said in a voice just like this, "How you doing?" Cyberpunk did not give two craps about nothing. You wanted to be a lady with a dong that had the man of a voice of a man, and you all right, you got it.
You can thank Leon for that.
I was way behind you guys. I was trying to catch up.
Thank Leon for that one.
Yep, he's running.
That's not following me.
Nope, it's following me now. We'll stay with this thing. We'll let him get electrocuted.
I need more time. I need time to do that.
Sure wasn't a homeless guy with no haircut. There was a freaking a bug in Cyberpunk 2 that was hilarious. The people would lean up against the wall and pee, and then they would put it away or whatever, but they would keep peeing, and then they would just carry on their daily activities like they were, you know, not peeing, while they continued to pee on everything as they walked around doing whatever they were doing. And when the bug happened, it was just too much. They were just walking around and it's just shooting everywhere and it doesn't stop. It's like a fire hose somebody turned on. Well, there's 2 people banned. Anybody else want to get banned? Come on. I'm feeling spicy today.
Who's going ham in this chat?
Banned and banned. Who else wants to get banned? Raise your hand. I don't care.
Me.
You're not even in chat.
Banhammer's coming out.
People want to be nasty. They can just be nasty by themselves. They don't got to be nasty in my chat. People come in all late to the patch notes and they're like, he's not talking about the patch notes. The stream's been going for 4 hours, y'all. Maybe if y'all showed up on time.
Be kind, rewind.
I need time to do that.
Yeah, please be kind, rewind.
Not ready yet.
I mean, I'm liking the Barbarian so far. I feel like the changes of, I don't know. That's my Barbarian feels a lot stronger, feels a lot more tanky.
More time.
The density is nice. I'm having fun kicking people in the face. I mean, that's usually an enjoyable experience anyway.
Why don't you find me some boots and you're kicking people in the face adventure?
I'm trying.
What is happening?
Oh, look, a unique chest armor. Ow, there's poison inside this circle.
Yeah.
Ooh. Man, my kick isn't powerful enough to get the first kill, so it's not doing as much as it usually does. Because these monsters are so high level.
They're only 92.
What am I doing this time, Brandon House? What am I doing?
I need time to do that.
What am I doing? I'll just let chat control the stream. How about that? You guys can just tell me what to do.
I must wait.
I'll regret it. I would regret it. Chat would have me opening up porn websites.
I need more
I'd be like, wait a minute, why am I alt tabbing?
Only if it's in the 90s where it takes like 10 minutes to load one picture.
Oh my god, I was typing in something the other day. I can't remember what it was. It was some website that started with an O. And it was like OR, it was like Orpheus or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was OR something. And I typed in OR, not P. I typed in OR, and it immediately popped up Pornhub. And I'm like, dang. I'm like, dang, I didn't even type in the first letter.
Nice.
Trying to service the community.
I'm getting my butt kicked over here.
It won't let me out.
A barbarian without pants? I don't want a barbarian without pants. What would I say are the most important uniques to refarm? I mean, I would definitely refarm yourself a Fields of Crimson if you intend on using that thing. And man, this dungeon, y'all just trolling me with the stupid lightning dungeon. I'm not even seeing the thing above my head. It doesn't matter that it's over. It's still following me around.
I don't know why it does that.
The dungeon's over and it doesn't care.
I need more time.
I'm gonna eat dinner.
Let me into the circle.
Here, it's following me, I think.
Oh, I'm in the circle now. I don't care.
Okay.
I'm in the circle. I'm running away from this evil dungeon. Did somebody start a No Pants Tuesday without telling me? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe we went to kilts. Maybe we just put a kilt on. Who doesn't like a good kilt? Little breeze in the netherese.
How many boots?
Did I find any boots?
Yeah, I need some boots. Move speed on
No boots. Not a single pair of boots. I need to compare this Rage of Haragroth to my Rage of Haragroth to see if it's better than what I got.
It didn't get changed, did it?
No, I just found another one and I'm trying to see.
No, I mean in the patch notes. That wasn't one of the uniques that got changed.
No.
Just imagery
no, that one didn't. That one didn't. That one didn't get any changes. Oh, there is some boots here. 7.7% dodge chance against distant enemies. Fire resist, damage reduction while injured, willpower. I mean, they're not terrible. You could reroll them. They're actually not bad. I dropped them on the ground over here. Is the barber gem working with bleeds now? Because it wasn't working with bleeds before.
Do you have a barber gem?
I don't want to replace my creeping death one.
Oh.
I don't have another amulet to just shove it in right now.
You guys doing more dungeons?
Oh no, well I feel bad. This armor is worse than mine in every single way. I just upgraded it just to check and it's literally worse than mine in every single category. Armor, physical damage, crit strike chance against elites, bleeding reduction, all of it. Feels bad. We're testing out the new density on the dungeons. It seems pretty nice. Even though these monsters are way high level and I'm having trouble killing them, but I am level 69 though, so.
Heard they found Erida.
You can never level again.
Such an evil
I win.
mess. Liars or not, they were the best we had. What hope we got now?
Do I recommend Barb? should get nerfed. No hashtag nerf Barb. Barb's already been nerfed too much. Hashtag not nerf Barb. Why do I want to go PvP? Want to kick somebody in the face? I don't think my kick would work really good in PvP. I need to get them to die, and then they explode, so...
Let's see, suppressor. Well, you can do a suppressor.
Oh yeah, I got no problem with suppressor.
Blade
What level
resist.
dungeon are we doing?
That probably won't be up your alley.
Bleed resistance.
Nah, that's why I didn't do that one. Here's physical damage. You do physical damage. Kind of.
Yeah, I'm using rupture. I'm not using rupture. No, I'm using flay. Just flay.
I thought you put rupture on for a minute.
No, I haven't.
Earlier.
Nope, no rupture. I'm using kick, flay, wrath of the berserker, challenging shout, rupture, and steel grasp. And the combo seems to be working pretty nicely.
No rupture, but you're using rupture.
Oh, sorry, not rupture. Rend. That's what I meant to say. Rend.
I thought you put rupture on.
Yeah, I'm using rupture. I'm using rupture, not rend. I don't know. My brain farted. I had a brain fart. I don't know why I read rupture but thought rend. That's exactly what I thought.
Rupture only hits once, right?
Nah, I definitely do capstone dungeon as early as you can. It's nice to get to tier 4. There is unless you're hardcore. If you're hardcore, I'd wait. But yeah, you can get access to tier 4, and then you can go do your strongholds if you haven't done all your strongholds. You can just repeat farm the strongholds in tier 4, and you can have fun leveling up that way. It's pretty good EXP because tier 4 you get that nice EXP bonus, and so it's pretty good. It's pretty good EXP in tier 4. It's worth the hassle. Plus, you start to get access to ancestral items, and ancestral items are way better than sacred items, especially the weapons, specifically the weapons. So you're going to want to try and get yourself some ancestral weapons so you can upgrade. There's actually a trick right now with the seasonal characters where you can go kill the highest version of Varshan, and you'll get 800 guaranteed item power items, which is pretty cool. I'm actually wearing a couple of them right now.
Uh-oh.
Channeling Shrine.
I need more time.
Oh, we about to kick some monsters in the face. If I can get to them before the Channeling Shrine runs out. Oh, well that's not cool. So Channeling Shrine is supposed to prevent you from utilizing your resource, right? So when you use a spell, it's supposed to cost no resource. Well, Kick still consumes all the resource anyway, even with the Channeling Shrine up.
Just be a function of that ability.
I mean, it does consume all resource, but still.
Yeah.
I must wait.
God, freaking come here, punk.
Archer's hurt.
Why would there be some more DR guys over here? Trying to kill you.
Vampire dude, die.
You too, DR boy.
Not ready yet.
Stop preventing me from killing all the monsters.
This guy's too beefy for me.
Who's beefy?
I'm not ready yet.
Ow, he hits hard. I mean, I'm only level 69, but he hits hard.
And I can't run away from him fast enough, so he keeps healing himself.
He's vampiric.
I'm in the middle of an event, and then I'll come over there.
He keeps teleporting all over the place, too.
I don't have any potions. I must wait.
I'm trying to bleed him. Seems to be working.
I'm trying not to let him heal.
He's about to heal. He's glowy. He's glowy. Glowy's gone.
I'm not ready yet.
It's glowy. Oh, yep, glowy. He's glowy. Glowy gone. Die.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah.
Another one over here.
Where?
I need more time. Let's wait.
I'm trying to remember, there was another one I wanted to get, and it was, I think I stopped myself from getting it because reasons. Why do I not fulfill the conditions for the might on this? Okay, that's 25. Let's pull a couple points real quick. Why not?
Those archers hit hard.
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy in the back corner over here too still. And Chunk's run into one.
Yeah, I'll be there in a second.
Yeah, no worries.
One more. Now I got my little 8% multiplier for two-handed weapons. Oh yeah, I can feel the difference.
Let's wait.
That's a pretty big buff. Devious Malignant Invoker.
Are you a lightning druid now, Chunk?
Yeah, I kind of always have been.
I'm not sure about the rogue. I haven't checked the rogue yet. The patch was focusing on the Barb and the Sorc, so. I was trying to focus on the Barbarian because I do have a Barbarian that I've been trying to level up. I mean, so far I think with the Barbarian, it's definitely good. Thumbs up. I'm more impressed than I thought I'd be.
I need more time. I need time to do that. I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, Chunks is doing the heavy lifting here.
Oh, I know.
I'm trying to help.
I know. I can kill stuff though. I'm definitely not dying all the time. At least except for in that lightning one. The lightning one did get me a lot. I'll admit.
I made another necro out of boredom.
Another necro.
Yeah, because I had that one from non-season, and then I made another one yesterday.
You just delete your non-season one?
No. I still got room. I got one of each class pre-made.
I need more time.
I just gotta level them.
Yeah, there's a new one. There's a new temerity, so you're gonna have to find the new temerity. Give you something to hunt for.
Well, there was a boss there.
Frost burns.
It's just
22%.
instant delete.
Chunks is running super lightning. He walks around like Thor, the god of thunder. Probably looks like a Tesla coil.
Yeah, it's like one giant bolt that comes down and just obliterates everything in its vicinity.
No, he's got like all the little modifiers that pop bolts out everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the conduit on. Creates a lightning storm for 2 seconds. Lightning dancers overcharged.
So 88 makes them what, 30, low 30s
Do what?
for the nightmare dungeons for the sigils.
What do you mean? 88?
Starting from nothing.
Those monsters were level 88, so the
minus 50,
dungeon level
minus
that you're
54.
popping
Yeah, minus 54.
is like low 30s.
You just subtract 54. That's the number. So you just take
I'm
88
asking
and minus.
because I was going to make some.
That's what we're telling you. You take 88 and you subtract 54 from it, and you get the number.
Mhm.
Oh, wow, that's a nice little sword. I like the stats on that.
Stash is up here.
Yeah, hold on to that one. I can play around with that later. Seems like a good stats tick. Is D4 really that bad?
It has to do with command.
It's a complicated question. Did we start the dungeon or?
Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah, we're in here.
Where is it on my map?
North.
Oh, it was covered up by the Lilith statue. I mean, are people review bombing the game for no reason whatsoever other than it's not Diablo 2? I mean, yeah. I think some people are review bombing the game also because it's not PoE. I mean, there's legitimate concerns though about the game.
I need time.
I can't really say that that there's no reason to review bomb the game. I mean, I could come up with a handful of reasons for you if you wanted. I mean, that's one of the main things that I kind of disliked about Actman's video, is that I felt like there's a lot of legitimate things to complain about. There definitely are a lot of legitimate things to complain about when it comes to this game. Some people complain about, honestly, things that I think are not legitimate, or they just make up reasons. You don't need to make up reasons. There's a lot of legitimate reasons, like why the game is bad. And a lot of them revolve around the horrible game-breaking bugs that are constantly introduced into the game on a regular basis. Or the fact that they seem to have no quality control system. Or the fact that they literally don't care that they're adding in bugs upon bugs upon bugs that literally can cause quintillion damage. Because I guess in their mind they can fix it in post. We can fix it in post. We can fix it in post. Don't worry about it. We'll fix it in post.
You got mauled by a bear.
He did charge me and ate my face. I didn't like it.
I saw him just dive through.
He just ate my face. It was rude. This guy hurts. I can take the damage, but it hurts. Please don't charge me, no, I don't like it. Sweet baby Jesus.
Well, rats and pigs.
I thought the campaign was good. But then again, he also self-admittedly, he admitted himself during that video that he skipped the majority of the game, so I don't really know how you can even take anything he says seriously at that point. I mean, if the guy tells you he skips the entire game, if he tells you he didn't, like, watch any of the cutscenes and skipped everything, I mean, how can we even take any of that seriously at that point? So they changed Flickering Firebolt so that it works on any hit, not just the hit of a burning monster. So you get more mana now from it, just simply because it'll work whether it hits a burning monster or not. It only used to work when you hit a burning monster specifically, so they changed it to be more generic.
Thought it wasn't working, period. What'd you do to them bears?
I don't know. I didn't touch them. They jumped over me.
Jumping to me.
Jump through you.
They didn't want nothing to do with me, apparently.
I got that stupid pool power. Which works great when the monsters are your level. Death sentence when they're not.
We can't do it alone. Stop knocking the monsters back. I want to group them up and kick them.
Just group them up in the knowledge.
Okay, you can do that too. It don't matter who kills them. They still explode. If an enemy dies within 2 seconds of being kicked, they explode. So all I gotta do is kick them, and it don't matter if I kill them. You can kill them. I don't care. They still explode. They go pop, 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 pop like little popcorns. Severius, I think I'm tankier than you.
You are. Definitely, because you're not dying and I'm dying to just minor stuff.
Well, also don't stand in the way of the chargers. Ever.
True.
Ever. They're bugged. I don't know if they got fixed, but they're bugged.
I thought
They don't seem to be fixed.
Oh,
they don't seem.
They don't seem to be fixed. No, I agree.
It's probably a season 7 thing.
Yeah, season 7. The season of giving. No. The season of love. It's terrible. It's terrible. I should have never done that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry.
Guess I could try to find a replacement for the chest armor that I'm wearing. I'm wearing the legendary right now, the unique.
Which one?
Get some more defensive ones. The Mad Wolf's one. No. Insatiable Fury. I can't look at it right now.
The bear one or the wolf?
The bear one.
The bear one's actually pretty tanky.
I got the bear.
Yeah, the wolf one is the one that's not very tanky. If you want to use the wolf one, I would recommend that you try and find a wolf one that has a very high roll on the damage reduction while enemies are poisoned, because that's the only defensive mod it has on it.
I've got a lot of that. In my Paragon
And you
board.
really want to get that as high as possible.
I got a lot of that stat in my Paragon board.
I don't know. If they introduced a PTR, it would go a long way with this game. I know that for a fact. PTR would be... I don't even think PTR would be good for us so much as it would be good for the developers, because the developers obviously don't know what the hell they're doing. So at least we'd be able to pop in there and be like, hey, developers, yeah, you bugged out the HellTide chests. They're dropping shotguns everywhere. There's literally I got like 6 shotguns in the stash right now. Okay, you're gonna have to do something to fix this. Hey devs, I was using the seasonal buff, and yeah, I can make infinite gold. So you might want to patch that before it goes live, because I'm literally making infinite gold. Yes, infinite gold. I have like 2 billion gold right now, by the way.
I need time to do that.
Bramble. Never noticed that name before. You know, you would have think he'd have dropped a razor blade. The name was Bramble.
That was a perfect time for you would have thunk.
Bags are full.
And you went with thank. So disappointed in you. God, I gotta get some sleep before work tonight. What time is it? 4:30.
And Three Whispers.
Man, I can get 6 hours if I go to bed right now.
Come make it less so.
About 5.5, 6 hours. I might have to hop off and go to bed. It's either that or stay up and die at work. I don't want to die at work.
You can go spoon with Kubus.
I guess. Cuba certainly does like to snore. I'll tell you what, he's good at snoring.
Oh, I said spoon.
I mean, he'll spoon and snore at the same time. He's not limited. What'd you think he was gonna do? Only snore? He's over there sawing wood right now.
What's still got some good in it?
Sometimes I wake up though, especially if I stay up all night, because he'll sleep while I'm in here. And then take him in there to go to bed, and I'll wake up and he's just staring down at me. Like standing on the bed, staring down at me like, when's this boy ever gonna wake up? Is he dead? When I wake up and see them jowl meat, it's just like it's hanging over me like meat curtains.
Upgrade your potion.
Oh yeah, I'm all 70 now. Look at me. Look at me. Ooh, 9 max fury. 17% critical strike. Barrier generation. Crit strike chance is so low though. Oof. And I gotta reroll that barrier generation. Spam! What does it got? A pink socket? Yeah, I already got a pink socket though. I don't need a pink socket. I need a blue socket.
I'm gonna hop off for a little bit.
Alright, Chunks.
I need time to do
Enjoy your nap.
When are they gonna fix resistances? They said season 2.
Potent portables. What needs of you?
Have a good night at work.
Alright, guys and gals, I do have to get to work tonight. And if I don't get some sleep, I'm going to be dead on my feet. I stayed up all last night playing Baldur's Gate, and then I went to work. And then after I went to work, I came home and did some stuff with my car. Didn't even get a nap then, and then hopped right back on here and streamed. So I'm sure you caught me yawning quite a few times because I'm freaking tired as all get out. I'm going to have to do some more testing on this patch later, but my current synopsis is basically this. I like the changes. It feels good. All across the board, the dungeons feel more fun. The damage feels less random and unpredictable. The Barbarian feels stronger. The Poison Creeper feels stronger. The pets on the Druid feel stronger. In general, the dungeons are more challenging in the higher tiers because the extreme density of the elites and the monsters definitely does make for a more challenging environment because you have more things trying to kill you, obviously. And depending on how the elite effects coalesce, it definitely seems very powerful in terms of what it can do to kill you. I like the changes that I've seen so far. The game definitely feels almost completely different from what it did in the previous patch. I mean, I don't really know how else to explain it to you other than before the patch, my Barbarian felt kind of lackluster, boring, weak, and in general had a lot of trouble with just about everything. Now he feels strong, tanky. The dungeons feel very fun, and in general, the entire demeanor of the game has changed, which is really interesting. If you haven't given the patch a try yet, 1.11 seems like it's done wonders for the Barbarian, and most likely the Sorceress too, from what I can tell. Although her stuff, a lot of her buffs are in the Paragon board, so I'm gonna have to take a look at the Paragon board and look over those changes. I also want to test out the battle mage aspect that they added in, the one that affects Tyr's Mastery, which is really nice, or Veer's Mastery. Overall, though, thumbs up. I like it. It's good. Get in there, test it out. Seems like a really good patch. Definitely a lot better than Definitely a lot better than the previous patch, 1.10. This one is 1.11, the patch of the not horribly breaking your character. They did fix the Barber gem. It's definitely less damage than it was before. That's good. The bleeds apparently are working with the Barber gem now, though, which is also interesting. So if you were a bleed class and you tried out the Barber gem before and it wasn't really quite doing what you wanted it to do, well, apparently it's working now, so I don't know. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me for these. Sorry it's not a longer stream like I normally do. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching.